and Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is my first time speaking before the 73rd Student Senate, so first I'd like to congratulate all the chairs and vice chairs on their leadership elections, as well as all the newly elected senators on reaching the legislature here at Florida State University. I was proud to serve for the entirety of the 70th and 71st Student Senate, as well as the parliamentarian for the 72nd Senate as well. Primary reason why I'm here is because I wanted to make a factual statement in line with Student Body Statute 701.1, subsection A2, and in line with Senate Rule 12.6, which is a basic statement of fact that I have currently submitted a declaration of candidacy to run for Student Body President. That is all. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Jack Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, tonight you guys are going to be hearing Resolution 12, the Investigative Board's report. I just wanted to talk for a quick second on it. I sat through almost every meeting of the Investigative Board, and I can tell you right now that that board hailed themselves with the utmost professionalism. I'm between the work done by former Chair Chabot. I'm the final chair of the committee, Chair Little. This board has done nothing but great investigative work, and I think that shows in their report. They had countless hearings, countless witnesses, a line of evidence that is frankly impressive, and I think that they've done a great job at trying to ensure accountability, ensuring that the rules are followed by everyone. So I asked you to consider that when you're having your debate about Resolution 12, and I hope at the end that you will pass Resolution 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Shayna Cohen.
Hi, thanks, President Harmon. Alex, I appreciate that. Hi, I'm Shayna Cohen. You guys, I hope I've spoken to a lot of you before. I'm the parliamentarian for the Jewish Student Union. Just to kind of let the Senate know, and especially this law committee know, that the Jewish community really appreciated that the pro-BDS resolution was voted down in SLA on Monday, which I know made a lot of Jewish students feel safer on campus. I know that the anti-IHRA resolution is still in committee because unfortunately the sponsor in the committee ended before we could hear it on Monday. Just so that the Senate is aware, the IHRA, or International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, definition of anti-Semitism is something that Hillel, the Jewish Student Union, and other Jewish organizations on campus strongly support. So any resolution that condemns it is going to be something that the Jewish community doesn't feel comfortable with. And if anybody has any questions about the definition, you want to go through it with me, I've been doing it with other senators. I can give Alex my email address. We can talk through it. You can ask senators that have already spoken to me. They've said that overall it's pretty productive, so I'm always happy to do it to advocate for Jewish students. And once again, just thank all of you guys for all of the time and energy that you put in. Like I said before, I used to be a senator, so I know that it's a lot, and I couldn't imagine putting up with the level of work and strain that you guys have been handling since essentially the summer. So I'm really appreciative of that. And then the last thing that I just wanted to say is the Arab and Muslim pro-resolution is also on the floor tonight, from what I understand. And now that any mention of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism has been removed from it, the Jewish community, the Jewish Student Union, we all are very hopeful that it passes through the Senate tonight. We know that it very closely parallels something that the Jewish community worked on in terms of like the action items at the end. It very closely parallels like establishing an alumni association and a task force. For transparency's sake, I worked a lot on making those initiatives happen and writing them in the original resolution. So if anybody knows any leaders of the Arab and Muslim community that would want to talk to me or talk to other Jewish leadership so that we can hopefully collaborate and I can explain like how we were able to lobby for them successfully, then that kind of collaborative forward movement would be something that I would very much like to be able to participate and support Arab and Muslim students in. But yeah, that's all that I came to say. Have a great Senate, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayna. And Evan Weinstein, I know you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you still wanted to speak, but I had you written down. All right. Are there any other student and non-budgeted RSO comments at this time? Please just raise your hand so I can unmute you. All right, seeing none. Special introductions and announcements, none. Messages from agency and, messages from the executive branch? None. Messages from agency and bureau directors, SGA organizations, officers, and employees. Please welcome two board of directors and the director of OGA and 3 board of directors of OGA.
Good
Oh, boy.
evening, everyone. So good to see all of you again. I am going to ask Alex if he could allow for all my board director or the board of directors to speak.
Yep.
And then do I have access to share my screen? Would that be possible?
If Dr. Bowden could just make you a co-host real quick, that'd be easy.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Perfect. And then Sophie, are you unmuted? I think she's frozen. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see here. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. So good to see everyone again. If I have not had a chance to meet you, my name is Isabella Rudd, and I'm the director of the Office of Governmental Affairs. I'll have the rest of the board that's here tonight introduce themselves as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sydney Mills. I'm the internal assistant director for OGA. Ariel or Juan, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Romana Pari. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the outreach director. Ariel, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ariel Truba. I use he, him pronouns, and I serve as the Director of Student Advocacy.
I believe
Sophie?
Sophie might have gotten kicked out, but I know Brianna is here as well.
Brianna.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianna Brewer. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Community Affairs Director for the Office of Governmental Affairs.
And then I believe Sophie just got back in. If Sophie could raise her hand real quick. All right, once Sophie's back in officially, I think she's having Wi-Fi issues. We'll have her introduce herself. So tonight we are really excited to present to you all the legislative agenda for 2021. We've been hard at work talking to the community, having a town hall, releasing a survey that Rowan worked really hard on. So we're really excited to present to you what we've combined together as, you know, some of the most prominent issues that we see on campus. For those that are not familiar with OGA, we work to provide FSU students with representation and advocacy on all levels of government. So specifically, this legislative agenda is going to speak to what we're going to work on a state level. And the way this process goes is that we speak as a board to the community. And once we get feedback from the community, us as a board combine a lot of these issues together, do our research, and then vote on the legislative agenda. And so we voted on the legislative agenda last week and it passed unanimously. So we're really excited to present it here today to you all. So here are our topics for the 2021 legislative agenda. We've got about 11 separate topics, and our senators, Senator Sasha Martin will be presenting, and also Hitchcock are our sponsors. So you'll be hearing it tonight on second reading. So to start out with, one of the pieces of the legislative agenda is we are going to work on protecting the continuous enhancement of campus safety, and we're specifically against campus carry legislation. There's a House Bill 6001 sponsored by Sabatini, who, if this bill was passed, it would allow for campus carry to be allowed on every Florida State or Florida University in the state. So we are strongly against this because we believe it will not protect students. It will actually bring a lot more harm to the student body. And any of the board of directors, feel free to hop in on any of this. Just, you know, we've had endless conversations and I don't want to miss anything. Another prominent issue that we would really like to address this year is anti-protest bill. We believe that this will strongly inhibit students from, you know, being able to exercise their freedom of speech, and obviously we want to be able to make sure that students can be safe while they are protesting. And we believe that this bill encompasses a lot of harm that will bring, especially to minority populations. We do not want this passed. We're strongly opposing House Bill 1.
Sure, I'd love to hop in on this one too. Just to reiterate that, of course, as OGA, we are here legislating on behalf of Florida State students, but I think, not even across our nation, across the world, we can see in Russia and Myanmar as well, taking this strong stance to support, what you all believe in and going to the streets to support that, what we believe in and going to the streets to support that. That's something that we really wanted to make sure was in this bill. One of our board members, Jack Fox, is also a strong advocate for this protest bill to go against it. A lot of our own students went and spoke at the legislature for it. So this is something that's very important to us, and that's why we really wanted it on the agenda. So we hope you support, this resolution being on here, and we hope it's an easy passage as well.
One thing I will add before we move on is we definitely, when curating legislative agenda, we looked at what issues that were so prominent with students, but we also got input from law firms like Pittman Law. They gave us bill analysis and like what would be the outcome of these bills. So we kind of take those two things into account when we're creating it. It's not purely just on like, we saw this happen, so we think it's bad. It's like, we saw this happen, and so now we research it and we know it's not good. So that's kind of how the legislative agenda comes into fruition.
Thank you both. We'll move on to our next one. And if you have any questions regarding the legislative agenda, we and the sponsors of the legislative agenda can speak to that when we get to the bill on the floor tonight. Another piece of the legislative agenda is renaming buildings, specifically BK Roberts. We would like to see the Florida House of Representatives repeal Chapter 73 to 370 to allow the student body or the student body to advocate to the administration to be able to rename buildings on campus, to give that power back to the administrations. Something super exciting. We have a bill filed. Senator Tadeo, he has sponsored this bill, Senate Bill 300, which would allow for students that have temporary protected immigration or DACA status. And if they're classified as a Florida resident, they will receive financial aid and in-state tuition extensions. So we are really excited about this one. We are strongly supporting it as well. Another really great piece of this legislative agenda is we're urging all legislators to, not forget to include students in on any and all state COVID-19 relief, and this specifically putting emphasis on the Unconquered program that we have at Florida State University.
A little elaboration on this one. We included this, and if it might seem a little just vague, it's because a lot of legislation at the state and even federal level, when they address schools, or when they either address schools or they address adults. And a lot of, as you all know, you all probably didn't get a relief check when the last bill went out. And of course, the next one is to be determined, but it's just basically putting the emphasis on college students are in a weird spot. If we're on a parent's taxes, we're dependents, but we're not children, but we're not adults. So we're advocating for us to always be included in everything that's coming our way, which is hopefully more COVID relief, if so, because we are still in the thick of it, unfortunately.
Thank you, Rowan.
Of course.
So this bill is House Bill 233. This is a bill that specifically came about after what happened at UF when an unwelcome guest came to campus, and A&S fees were used to allow for them to come on campus. And so this bill would allow for any group, no matter if they are a hateful group, if they are a group that is strongly opposed to be on our campus, would allow any and every speaker to come on campus. And so this bill, we are strongly against, and it also addresses the fact that any student would be able to take videos of their professors and them teaching in class and be able to spread that information. And we really want to protect our faculty's intellectual property, because they do take time to get their degrees and present this information to the students. So we strongly oppose this bill. Does anyone else have anything to say about this one?
I think this kind of goes into our overarching theme of the legislative agenda and giving power back to the schools. It seems with the campus carry and with the renaming, and with this one, it seems that the government wants to take like schools' decisions into their own hands, and therefore taking the power away from the students to decide. So this is basically overall like, we pay to go to school here. That's our faculty's intellectual property, and we should be able to decide who comes and speaks when they're being paid with our tuition.
Thank you so much, Sydney. The next piece of the legislative agenda is supporting allocations to expand state allocations to Bright Futures. Currently, we are waiting on more allocations to follow through. That was passed a couple of years ago. So we really just want to urge and show our support that, students are now facing more restrictions when it comes to Bright Futures. So we really want to continue to be able to support these students in their endeavors to go to college and be able to be supported by Bright Futures, no matter their test score. The next one is voter accessibility. We would really like to see more voter accessibility, within our community. As you may know, we only had a 90 to 95% turnout rate of FSU students that were registered on campus in this last election. And we know that this could be, we could see higher numbers, and we really want to see a greater turnout because it's so important to be civically involved, especially in this day and age. So there are actually 2 bills up for are filed this legislative session, and that's House Bill 153 and House Bill 103, which will allow for automatic voter registration when you receive your driver's license. Right now it's based by county, so that's a decision that the county makes, but we really would like to see that on the state level. So these 2 bills address those factors. We would also like to acknowledge the fact that, the building projects that are on our campus, could benefit the student body as we are continuously growing. We would really like to see these come into fruition one day. And so we wanted to continue those projects. As we know, funding is limited this year, but we did want to include that we are still supportive of that, even if it does not happen this year, hopefully in the future. So we acknowledge that here. One of our other legislative priorities is we would really like to see more allocations and appropriations of funding to support care on campus. When we had our meeting with Pittman Law Group, we really, were surprised to hear that a lot of senators and representatives aren't familiar with the care program. And we were really surprised by that. And so we really wanted to outline this within our legislative agenda to not only, ask for more funding that is so needed, on our campus, especially and the Center for Retention and Enhancement. They really, we could expand so much upon that, but also to expand that education and hopefully draw more attention to that, and especially to the Unconquered Scholars Program as well.
Can I add on to that?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you,
Hi,
Eric.
everyone. So I would definitely say that this part of the legislative agenda is something that's very dear to my heart and also very important. It's the first time that CARE is getting a spotlight on the agenda, and CARE is a program that really truly helps out many of our first generation scholars on campus, but under CARE is also the Unconquered Scholars Program, which I'm also part of, and that program is for, if any of you are not aware of it, it helps students that have been in the foster care system, gone through relative care, or experienced homelessness, or have ward of the state status. And although we do have funding right now, more funding is definitely needed because like Rowan had mentioned and Amabella, definitely at the national level, many college students were left out, and a lot of students in our program didn't receive any relief over back in March. So I definitely say we would greatly appreciate your support, and yeah, thank you.
And to bounce off of Ariel, Sydney mentioned a theme of our general legislative agenda is, FSU and college choice and students' voices mattering. It's also the recognition that living through COVID and with most states, especially Florida, having a balanced budget, that we need to advocate that the things that they paid for before will have impact if they say, well, because we have a limited budget, we can't give it to you this time. Bright Futures, CARE, Unconquered, especially because these programs can benefit students more so in this period than ever before. So we're here saying that we know we're in a crisis mode, but college students, you all need the aid the most, just as much as anybody else, just as much as the doctors, just as much as the children in elementary school that are learning from home, and just as much as our parents seeking the economic relief. So that's another theme that we're just saying that, we're the advocating for you at this time. Everybody's lobbying for those relief bills to pass. We're on our jobs to do that on behalf of you all.
Thank you so much to both of you. I really appreciate it. And then one of our last pieces on the legislative agenda is to support the Purple Heart waiver. We really want to make sure that we are being there for all the communities that are being, misrepresented during this time, whether it be, bouncing back from COVID-19 relief and everything like that. This would allow for funding to go to those who are veterans and be able to have postgraduate education options. And that would almost be looking like a bright futures path. This piece of legislation almost passed last year, but failed just before the session ended. So we would really like to see this pass as well. So that concludes the pieces on the legislative agenda. If you want to see more of the formulated piece of the agenda, it is in the packet tonight. So be sure to do that. If you need to reach out to us for any reason or would like to follow us and just stay up to date on what we're going to be doing as far as the session goes, you can follow us here and get in contact with us as well. So I really appreciate my board of directors being here tonight. Thank you so much. And also to all the senators who took the time to listen to our agenda. We've been working really hard and we were really excited to present to you. So we look forward to answering any of your questions later in the night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, OGA, and thank you, Emma Bella, for coming and sharing that. Are there any other messages from agency and bureau directors, SGA organization, officers, and employees? Evan Weinstein, are you representing a bureau or SGA organization?
No, I'm representing Jewish students on campus. My name's Evan Weinstein.
Okay, just give us a second. Is there a motion to unlock the calendar? Senator England?
Yeah, I move to unlock the calendar and return to student and non-budget RSO comments.
Is there a second? Senator Roy?
And so seconded.
All right, any objections? All right, seeing none. All right, Evan, you may speak now.
All right, sounds good. I apologize for the confusion there. Like, I realized my speech had some mistakes in it. It was talking about a different resolution, but I got that fixed, so I can give my speech. How many minutes do I have to speak?
You may speak, as we have not set a limit on however long you want to speak. So,
okay, so I'm going to read my speech regarding, which is Resolution 10, which gets rid of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. To verify that's correct?
I believe so, yes.
Jason gave me a thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to give my speech now. All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Evan Weinstein, and I'm a senior studying psychology and family child sciences at Florida State. I'd like to thank the Senate again for passing Resolution 59, which included the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. The success of Resolution 59 made me feel like FSU recognized that the Jewish community needs to be protected. However, as history has shown us time and time again, I know our safety is not a given. Tonight, I ask you that you reject Resolution 10 because it accuses me, a Jewish student, of weaponizing what was done to us to hurt others. Did you know that in 2020, 11,000 people across the nation were interviewed to assess their knowledge of the Holocaust, and 63% of those interviewed did not know that 6 million Jews were murdered in the Holocaust. Some participants even thought that Jews ourselves were actually responsible for the Holocaust. Even more shocking to me, the study found that the state of Florida had the lowest knowledge of the Holocaust. We have to do better. Resolution 10 belittles anti-Semitism. It's a step backwards for inclusivity. Resolution 10 demonizes the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, the definition that reflects our lived experiences with modern anti-Semitism. If you accept Resolution 10 and accuse us of weaponizing anti-Semitism, you are telling us you don't believe Jews when we identify what oppresses us. Our community is still reeling from the recent attacks on the US Capitol, where Camp Auschwitz and 6MWE t-shirts, which means 6 million wasn't enough, were worn by insurrectionists. As our nation looks to a brighter future, we need to focus on what unites us here in Tallahassee. Please notice that there's no mention of Israel or Palestine in the definition and is not legally binding. If IHRA stifled freedom of speech, Resolution 10 could not have been introduced. Please don't undo what we've united to achieve. Please reject Resolution 10. Thank you.
All right, are there any other student and non-budgeted RSO comments? All right, is there a motion to return to the orders of the day? believe that's how you say it. Senator Marcus.
I move to return to the order of the calendar.
There we go. Second, Senator Randall.
So seconded, Mr. President.
Any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now back on messages from agency and bureau directors, SGA organizations, officers, and employees. Are there any? All right, seeing none, messages from the executive cabinet. None. Messages from the class councils. None. All right, messages from the Congress of Graduate Students. Messages from the judicial branch. None. Messages from the union board and student engagement ambassadors. None. Messages from the campus recreation board. None. Report of the SGA accounting office, remaining balances. Senate projects has a remaining balance of $23,837.20. PAC has a remaining balance of $46,411. RTAC has a remaining balance of $56,485, and the organizational fund has $1,400 left. Report of Senate liaisons. Are there any liaisons wishing to make a report? All right, Senator Marcus.
Hey everyone, ASU wants to announce that their Lunar New Year celebration under the lunar sky, it is a drive-in show this year on Langford Green, will be on February 13th at 6 p.m. And if you want to attend, you can go to their Instagram and register via the link tree in their bio.
Thank you, Senator Marcus. Senator Martin.
Hello, everybody. So Peace Jam is having a fun event tomorrow from 5 to 6 about racial disparities within the healthcare system. I will send more information on the chat. It's an interactive workshop on racial disparities, especially during COVID-19. This workshop will be hosted by the president of PHO, and you do not want to miss it. And then spring mentor and coaching applications are open until February 7th. So you can go to the center.fsu.edu/peacejam, or you can go on our Instagram and apply if you're interested. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Senator Soto.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to remind you that February 16th at 6:30 p.m. is Pride's first GBM. I would love to see you all there. And yeah, have a great night.
Thank you, Senator Soto. Senator Gonzalez.
Hey, y'all. I'm the liaison for the Veterans Union. And their GBM, their first GBM of the new year, is going to be on February 24th. We're super pumped. The information has not come out on their Instagram yet, but they will come out soon. And they're going to have like a soccer game / hangout at the old IM field. And they have free Chick-fil-A drinks and t-shirts that we funded in November, if y'all remember. So if you definitely can make it, that'd be super, super cool.
All right, are there any other liaisons to make a report? Seeing none, report of the committees, internal affairs.
Hey, Senate, Internal Affairs met on Monday at 7:30 p.m. We tabled Bill 4, passed Resolution 11, and interviewed one candidate. We interviewed Samantha Laval for Supervisor of Elections. She passed the committee, and so you will be hearing her tonight, and they have the full confidence of the Internal Affairs Committee. And then next week, we will be hearing 9 candidates, or we have 9 candidates on the books. And I'm not sure if we'll get through 9 candidates next week, but we have 9 candidates on the books. So we would love to see some familiar faces there during that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair England. Slaw.
Okay, hello again, Senate. Slaw met on Monday at 6:30. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Resolution 7 did not pass. Resolution 8 passed with amendments. Resolution 9 and 10 were tabled for next week, and we will be meeting on Monday at 8 p.m.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Finance.
All right. Hey, everyone. Finance met yesterday at 5:30, and we had a pretty simple week. We heard and passed our first RTEC resolution of the semester, so super hyped about that. And we passed and amended the PAC resolution, and the amendment was just to simply bring it up to statutory standards. So that was about it. We should be meeting 5:30 next Tuesday as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rudolph. Judiciary.
Hello, Senate. Judiciary met yesterday at 6 p.m. We passed Bill 6 with amendment. With Bill 7 was withdrawn, and Resolution 12 was also passed. This week, our committee also received articles of impeachment, and the hearing for which will be held next week on Tuesday at 6 p.m. along with our hopefully other business. So I hope to see all of you there.
Thank you, Chair Little. Budget.
So budget has some very, very, very exciting news. We did not meet this week. We had no business, but next week is budget week, which is the best time of the year. We're going to have deliberations all week next week. We're going to be doing it in person, but like if you have any COVID concerns, then you can do it online. But we invite all you guys. We'll have the schedule out later this week, and we invite all you guys to come and hear and talk about it because it's very important, and we're literally deciding where all of our student fees go. So it's important that you guys come out and definitely open to hearing anyone's voice.
Rules and calendar. Thank you, Chair Stinson.
Hey, Senate. Rules and calendar met at 5 p.m. just before Senate. As usual, we tabled Resolution 4, and we are meeting next Wednesday at 5 p.m. and we're going to be hearing a candidate for undergrad seat 4. So please come out and participate in our deliberations. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez has a point.
Yes, point of inquiry, Mr. Harmon. I know, and I think it's in statutes that the student body president has to come present why he vetoed a bill. So I don't know why we would move forward with budget week if he hasn't even presented his veto. So can you clarify if he's going to come, when?
I do not represent the student body president. I am not the student body president. I cannot answer on his behalf. So I would direct that to him in an email or a message. I don't know, however you'd like to contact him. But I don't handle the budget. That's with the chair of the budget and Dr. Bowden as well, who has been overseeing that with Ms. McKinney as well. So, yeah. All right. Racial inclusivity and justice ad hoc. Chair Hunter.
Hi, Senate. Racial inclusivity and justice will be meeting on Friday at 6. We will be going over a lot of things that are hot topics on FSU's campus. So if you would like to come to our meeting, the link is under the Senate tab. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hunter. Sexual assault survivors advocacy ad hoc. Chair Soto.
Hi, everybody. So we met last Sunday at 7:30, and we just went over like some ideas that we had for the ad hoc. Our next meeting is going to be this coming Sunday at 7:30 for like a quick 30 minutes because I totally forgot the Super Bowl's on Sunday. And then our next meeting would be on the 21st at 7:30. So yeah.
Thank you, Chair Soto. Senate confirmations. Today we have Samantha Laval for the Supervisor of Elections vacancy. Samantha Laval, can you please raise your hand so I can unmute you? If you're here. All right, there we go. All right, so Ms. Laval, you'll have 5 minutes for your opening. Whatever you don't use for your opening is reserved for your closing. After that point, we'll open up the floor for any questions that the senators may ask you.
Okay.
Oh, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name's Sam Laval. I am a social work student here, and I'm obviously here to be forwarded to be the supervisor of elections. I feel qualified for this position because I was the acting supervisor last election season, and I'm very familiar with the election code. Already for this election season, I've planned out the dates for the candidate seminars, the seminars themselves. I've also already been working on candidacy declarations, like analyzing that, as well as working to create questions for the exec debate, which I've also been planning out. So essentially, I feel like I've already been kind of doing the responsibilities of the supervisor, and just to have that title officially would be great.
Candidate yields 4 minutes and 14 seconds to her closing. Are there any questions for the candidate at this time? Senator Linsky.
Thank you for being here. Are you aware that the elections code has gone through some significant changes recently?
Within this semester, like since last election season?
Yes.
I am not currently aware of the changes, but I'm willing to look into them and learn about them.
Just to clarify, all changes to election code that happen outside of 7 weeks before the election, or within 7 weeks before the election, don't actually apply until after the next or upcoming election. So anything done now, which is closer than 7 weeks to the election, doesn't change anything for this election. Just a clarification. Senator Darley.
We're still in technical non-debatable, right?
It's just general questions.
Oh, okay. Well, this is technical non-debatable, but I did want to ask you, are you financially certified, Ms. Laval?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, and good luck tonight.
Are there any other questions for the candidate? Seeing none, is there a motion? Or more questions? We can sit here. I'm fine. Senator Soto.
If no one has anything, I motion to enter pro-con debate. Is that correct?
We don't really we don't do pro-con debate on candidates. You can move to call the question.
Okay, I moved to call the question then. Sorry.
Senator Nasworthy.
I second that motion.
All right. Is there an objection? All right. Seeing none, candidate Laval, you have 4 minutes and 14 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I just wanted to say thank you to all the senators for letting me be here tonight. I guess as the supervisor of elections, I definitely had the experience of last semester. I feel like I've definitely seen what needs to be improved and seen firsthand what works. And I don't know, I feel like I've kind of been in this position. Yeah, like I said, I kind of just want to make it official and make this election fair and free and a good experience for everyone to the best of my abilities.
Thank you, Ms. Laval. Just a clarification on what I said earlier, we can go into pro-con debate into candidates, but we just traditionally don't. But if you want to, we can. But yes, thank you, Ms. Laval. We will now be in line to vote. Will the pro tem board please call the votes?
All right, those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. All right, those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote, or has anyone not voted? All right, vote reads 34 yes, 4 no, 0 abstentions. The candidate does pass.
Congratulations, Ms. Laval, on becoming the new supervisor of elections. Will the pro tempore please administer the oath?
Candidates for student body offices may choose to replace the words "so help me God" with "on pain of impeachment" when taking the oath of office. Do you understand?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Sam Laval,
Promise to support and defend
promise to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the Florida State University student body.
and the Florida State University student body.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my ability.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my abilities.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Laval.
Thank
All
you.
right. We will now move on to the consent calendar. A consent resolution 2 sponsored by Senator Randall. Let me actually get that out for a second. All right. Sponsored by Senator Randall, whereas the Resource Travel Allocations Committee met on Monday, February 1st, 2021. Whereas the Resource Travel Allocations Committee was petitioned by the American Choral Directors Association to be funded for 2021 ACDA National Conference, in which they funded $2,970 in registration fees for a total of $2,970, for a total consent resolution allocation of $2,970. But seeing as though this is above the $2,000 threshold, will the sponsor of this consent resolution please come to the floor to present this? For the newer senators, we have to do a line item vote on anything that they allocate to an organization more than $2,000, and it must be approved by a 2/3 vote to pass the consent resolution. So please welcome the sponsor to the floor. You will have 5 minutes to present this line. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, all right. Let me make a time of my own just so I got it. Okay. All right. Hi, Senate. Today we have before you consent resolution 2, the first request from RTAC in the past 3 months. Given that we have a lot of money to spend, about $56,000, I'm very excited about this request. The American Choral Directors Association is a great organization that hosts monthly meetings for members and student body to talk with experts and educate themselves on the choral director profession and various things involving music. Any student on campus can be involved in this association. And tonight before you, we have a request for the 2021 ACDA National Conference. They're going to be attending workshops and performances, doing lots of education, networking, of course, improving the FSU brand across the world, participating in master classes, composer exhibitions, things like that. This was open to the student body. There are about 30 members that are interested, and we decided to fully fund it in RTAC, and finance also decided to take our recommendation and keep the numbers as they were. We think this is a great way to continue to grow FSU's name across the world, and most importantly, to continue to give great opportunities for our music students to further their professional careers. And I yield.
Sponsor yields 3 minutes and 25 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of pro on this line item. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right. Senator Soto, you have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hi, everyone. As you know, this is my college. This is who I represent. ACDA is very important to choral music educators and even people outside of the choral music education department. And I suggest that you fully fund them to attend this virtual conference. It would really benefit them, and they will learn a lot from what they do when it comes to master classes and stuff like that. So yeah, I am in full support of this resolution.
All right. Senator yields 1 minute and 21 seconds to their in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right. Seeing none, we're now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right. Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Marcus.
I move to call the question.
Second, Senator Soto or Senator Rudolph. Oh, I don't know. Your names are going all over the place.
Oh, good. So seconded.
All right. Thank you. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, sponsor, you have 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I appreciate my colleague from the College of Music's comments because this is a great thing to fund. It's easy, it's quick, it's what RTAC is meant to do, and I wait the rest of my time.
Sponsor waives. We are now in line to vote. Just a clarification, we're only voting on the line, not the resolution. We'll do that after, but this is just on the line item, even though it's the only thing. But go ahead, Pro Tem Forwang.
All right, those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. All right, those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone who's wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 39 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Line item does pass.
All right. Now we're back on the resolution as a whole. Is there a motion to approve consent resolution 2? Senator Chair Roy.
I move to approve resolution 2.
Is there a second? Senator Grunberger.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, consent resolution 2 is approved. Congratulations, Chair Randall. Consent resolution 3, sponsored by Senator Roy. Whereas the Programming Allocations Committee met on Monday, February 1st, 2021 at 6 p.m. over Zoom. Whereas the Programming Allocations Committee was petitioned by these organizations. The Minority Association for Pre-Medical Students, which was allocated $405 in clothing and awards for a total of $405. And ladies funded $551.04 in the category of clothing and awards for a total of $552. All right, there's a typo there. We might need to move to amend that real quick. So for a total of $957. Is there a motion? Chair Rudolph.
Sorry, I just want to say that when we were in committee yesterday, we had already amended that amount to be
Okay.
552. So like, apologize if that's just the wrong version, but like every reading on that should be 552.
Okay. Senator Marcus, you have a point? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. All right. Is there a motion to approve consent resolution 3 as amended in finance to read 552 in clothing and awards? Senator Soto.
So moved.
All right. Second, Senator Boole.
So seconded.
Any objections? Seeing none, consent resolution 3 is approved. Congratulations, Chair Roy. Bills on first reading. Bill 3, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, updating the list of major offices to preserve checks and balances and address conflicts of interest, referred to Judiciary, tabled in Judiciary. Bill 4, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, amending the candidate screening process, referred to Judiciary, then Internal Affairs, passed in Judiciary, tabled in Internal Affairs. Bill 9, sponsored by Senator England, to amend an unnecessary restriction on forwarding letters, referred to Internal Affairs, then Judiciary, tabled in Internal Affairs. Bills on second reading. Bill 6, sponsored by Senator England, to outline the appointment process for Senate officers in Chapter 400.2 and establish the office of the Senate President, referred to Judiciary, tabled in Judiciary, amended and passed in Judiciary. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor. Senator England. All right, Senator England, you will have 5 minutes for your opening. Whatever you don't use is reserved for your closing.
Can I just request that we can pull the bill up? It was amended in Judiciary. I know that the version that was sent out in the packet this evening is not the amended version. I know Chair Little has the amended version. I'm not sure if that reached its way to the advisors.
Pro Tempore Wang, do you happen to have it?
Yeah, I have it. 1 sec.
All right, awesome. All right, Senator England, you will have 5 minutes for your opening.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So good evening, Senate. This bill was heard in Judiciary last night. It's been heavily gutted after an opinion from the Supreme Court. And so this bill does 3 main things now. Going from the top down, it establishes the Office of the Senate President, which will contain, as it says there, the Senate President, the pro tempore, and the offices of the Senate, which is the clerk, the parliamentarian, and the press secretary. And so that just establishes that. And then subsection C there, I'm a stickler for grammar and things. And so the positions are called Senate Clerk and Senate Press Secretary. And so I've just made it say Senate Parliamentarian. And then the final change, which is just a little bit further down, if that's okay, Pro Tempore Wang. There we go, subsection D. Again, stickler for these things. On the parliamentarian and the press secretary position, it says that the position shall be held by someone from outside the membership of the Senate. And so I'm just adding that to the clerk as well, so that all 3 offices of the Senate, their statute sections are kind of just uniform. And then in Judiciary, we struck subsection H. So that is the only thing. Oh, actually, if you scroll down just a little bit more, down. Thank you. Wait, keep going. There we go. So this section is not new to statutes. This was actually, this has just been moved. So this was, it was previously section H, I think. But if we didn't move it, this section about Senate committees would fall under the office of the Senate president if this is approved. And so all I did, was move this further down below. So that's nothing new. There is literally nothing changed there. It's just been copied and pasted to a different, so it's got its own statute as opposed to being like a subsection. So that is it. I look forward to any questions and I yield.
Sponsor yields 3 minutes to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, we're now in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Seeing none, are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Martin?
I motion to call to question.
Is there a second? Senator Randall?
So second, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Senator Gonzalez? All right. Sponsor, you have 3 minutes for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Sorry, I'm not very good with this Zoom thing. Thank you very much, everyone, and I waive the remainder of my time.
Sponsor waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. Will Pro Tempore Wang please administer the vote?
All right, those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote or has not voted? All right, vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. Bill does pass.
All right, congratulations, Chair England. Bill 6 does pass. Constitutional amendments, none. Resolutions. Resolutions 4, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, amending Senate structure and composition about who should run the meeting during the transition of Senate and vacancies, referred to rules and calendar, tabled in rules and calendar. Resolution 8, sponsored by Senator Darrell Deek. The Student Senate, Student Government, and Florida State University needs to take both short and long-term action to ensure the Florida State University is a just, fair, and welcoming place for all students, but more specifically for Arab and Muslim students. Referred to SLAW, tabled in SLAW. I believe it was amended in SLAW, amended and passed in SLAW. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor. Senator Darrell Deek. All right. If you're ready to present, you have 5 minutes for your opening. Senator Darrell Deek.
I'm sorry. I think it was just up from when we voted.
Oh, well, no, we're on resolution 8, which is your resolution. There we go. All right, you have 5 minutes for your opening on resolution 8.
My bad, y'all. My camera is actually not working. Just give me a moment so I can pull up my remarks. All right, I'm ready, Harmon.
All right. You may begin.
Yeah, my camera's off because it hasn't been working since yesterday. But with that being said, good evening, senators. I stand before you all today due to the lack of action taken by this body. My community, the Muslim and Arab students on this campus, have been ignored. Resolution 59, with over 8 sponsors supporting Jewish students, was passed over 6 months ago to ensure that they felt safer on this campus. But the Arab and Muslim students had to wait until one of our own, myself, the only Arab Muslim senator at this time, and even beyond that, the only to ever serve this body as your president. Yet, there were no attempts made by any senators to actually provide support and recognize the Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism we also faced on this campus last summer and beyond. When I hear my community being referred to with derogatory terms, or I myself am called a terrorist, am called a towelhead, am called a sand N-word, and called so much worse, yet still, crickets and silence from this body. It even goes as far as a frivolous amendment attempting to erase my heritage, just as it has been time and time again. What am I asking for that is so hard for each of you on this call to stand up today and support marginalized students? To help students who are constantly put on the back burner and told that, quote, our support is coming, end quote. Take a stand and support the Arab and Muslim students on this campus. And go beyond that. Take initiative and get to know the students who are a part of your constituency. Fight for these students who need more prayer space on campus, who need more halal dining options, who need you as their elected senators to fight for them, just like you fight for every other student. I'm not going to be a senator forever, but does that mean that supporting the Arab and Muslim students is going to stop? I'm pleading that you all realize the truth that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once shared. True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Sponsor yields 2 minutes and 34 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? All right, seeing none, we are now moving into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, Senator Marcus.
So I'm not sure if any of my fellow senators have seen this video, but on the account on Instagram, Old Royal Knowles or whatever it's called, there was a video posted a few weeks ago of an individual throwing a scooter off of a parking garage on campus using Muslim religious language as he was doing it. And Senator Darrell Deek and I had a conversation about that video, and it was in the context of him introducing this resolution. And I believe the presence of that video and the general laughingstock reaction that the Florida State community had towards that video, not very many people pointed out the insensitivity and just the wrongness of that video. And I believe that alone qualifies as evidence that we need a resolution supporting Arab and Palestinian students on our campus.
Senator yields 1 minute and 1 second to the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes. So first off, I do want to say that I hope that each legislation that Senator Darrell-Dick has put forth is considered individually apart from each other. I think that's very important for us to really consider the depth of each and every single one of them, especially this one. So with that said, all this legislation, this piece of legislation seeks to accomplish is to offer the same support that was offered to the Jewish community, to the Arab and Muslim community. And I don't think, now that the IHRA definition was stricken, there isn't anything controversial. They're simply asking for the same support, the same hand that was offered 6 months ago to a community to be offered to the same other community that is oppressed. Oppression is a very complex, it's a very deep, and it's ingrained in the social fabric of our nation. It's ingrained in the social fabric of the existence of the world. And I think as soon as we understand kind of the depths of how it affects different people, different communities, and intersectionality, then we can.
The first round of pro has expired. The second round of con has 2 minutes remaining. We can move into the second round of pro if need be. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, are there senators wishing to speak in the second round of pro that would like to continue? We can move on. All right. Second round of pro, there are 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the sponsor for putting forth legislation that supports the Arab and Muslim community, because they need the same support that the Jewish community was offered. I know you heard a member of the Jewish Student Union speak at the beginning of this meeting, so I won't say the same thing. Just to say that I really appreciate what the intentions behind getting that representation there, and I don't know why the university failed Arab and Muslim students to do the same thing when that happened to the Jewish students, when the Jewish students got representation this summer. With that, Mr. President, I move to call the question.
I believe we have to wait until the second round of con to allow anybody wishing to speak in con. So do you withdraw that motion? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, Senator Linsky. There is 1 minute and 24 seconds remaining in the second round of pro.
This clearly should have been passed a long time ago. I'll be honored to help pass it tonight. I encourage everybody to do the same.
1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Senator Marcus.
I forgot to mention that there were senators who did like that video on Old Row.
Senator Yields, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the second round of pro? All right, seeing none, we are now in the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Randall.
Mr. President, I move to call the question.
Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, sponsor, you have 2 minutes and 34 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. I wanted to start off with, I hope you heard my passion in my opening statement, because the reality is that Arab and Muslim students are constantly ignored. Just because, we pass this one piece of legislation, that doesn't mean it's going to be enough. Just because I hear a few words of support when I've gotten months of silence and crickets doesn't mean that I'm truly going to see change in this body until we see actual legislation that's actually supported, where it actually supports the communities who need it the most, who have constantly been ignored. So with that, I honestly hope you all take a look at the legislation, you take a look within yourselves and introspect on what truly matters. If how you seem in front of other individuals matters more than supporting the students and the constituents who elected you to represent them, then that's a choice that you have to make for yourself. But with that being said, I yield, and I hope everybody has a great night.
Sponsor yields. We are now in line to vote. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
All right, those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 41 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Resolution does pass.
Congratulations, Senator Darl-Deek. Resolution 8 does pass. Moving on to Resolution 9, sponsored by Senator Darl-Deek, to denounce the claim by the Burning Spear organization that they control the Student Government Association Student Senate, referred to SLAW, then Rules and Calendar, tabled in SLAW. Resolution 10, sponsored by Senator Darl-Deek, imploring the SGA Executive Branch, FSU administration, and any entity incorporated as a part of the Florida State University to rescind their support of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, referred to SLAW, tabled in SLAW. Resolution 11, sponsored by Senator Gabadaj Russell as primary sponsors, and England, Stoltz, Kay Hitchcock, Fineout, Nasworthy, and West. An opportunity as co-sponsors, an opportunity to indicate personal pronouns to be added to the SGNA application to demonstrate respect for and extend a welcome to students of all identities, referred to Internal Affairs, amended and passed in Internal Affairs. Please welcome the sponsors, Senator Gabadaj and Russell, and any other co-sponsors that want to speak. All right. If there's any other sponsors that want to speak, just raise your hand and I'll unmute you. Okay, so I guess it's just Senator Gabadaj today. Oh, okay, Senator England. All right, sponsors, you have 5 minutes for your opening. Whatever you don't use is for your closing. Maybe begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, y'all. First and foremost, I just want to thank everyone for hearing this resolution on the floor tonight. Despite being pretty concise, I think it's one of utmost importance. It's fairly straightforward and one I thought was long overdue. The gist of it just being inserting a question, which we amended in committee to be an open-ended format, to the beginning of the SG application, asking an applicant what their preferred pronouns are. Obviously, despite being fairly simple, I do think it is a crucial step into guaranteeing SGA as a place where students of all walks of life can really just feel comfortable and welcome and can express themselves and voice their opinions in an inclusive environment. With that, I yield.
Can I speak? Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add that I want to echo the sentiments of Senator Gabadaj. And, this came about because when I was emailing the committee about an applicant we would be hearing, I had to say she or he and things. And I didn't want to assume that, we didn't want to assume any candidate's pronouns. And especially if, as the candidate comes to the committee, we want to make sure that we as a committee and we as a Senate are being respectful when we hear candidates and respect their personal choices. And so I think this is one small step that we can do to help in the, the very long and continued battle to make people feel welcome and safe. And so I hope that we can count on everyone's support on this. Thank you very much.
Sponsors yield 3 minutes and 26 seconds to their closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsors? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, 1 second, let me get the timer ready. All right, Senator Lessard.
I fully support this bill. I just think that as a Senate, it would have been really good of us to consult and have our only non-binary senator, Senator Soto, at least as a co-sponsor on this bill. So while I will be voting to pass this resolution and I fully support it, I think that we kind of dropped the ball as a Senate without consulting them.
All right, Senator Gertz.
All right. Hello, everyone. I wanted to speak in support of this. I actually authored a resolution at the end of the last Student Senate. Unfortunately, it never got heard due to a variety of issues. Well, that's a good way of summarizing the 72nd Student Senate, a variety of issues. In the resolution, there was an urge that the Student Senate itself on our website adopt the uses of pronouns. And so I sent an email to the SGA webmaster. I haven't heard back in a few months, so I might finally send a follow-up. But I do very much support this resolution, right? Because I think it's important that we ensure that people feel as though their identity is something that we proactively respect, and not as something that should be sent in a follow-up email. And so I think being proactive about the respect we have for communities is what's really key here. And so I look forward to the passage of this resolution, and hopefully very soon the SGA website can also reflect our continued acceptance and celebration of people's gender identities and pronouns. And that I yield.
Senator yields 18 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator England, you have a point.
Yes, just a brief point of clarification. Yes, we did not originally include Senator Soto, and that was not intentional by any means. But we had the privilege of having Senator Soto at Internal Affairs on Monday night. They are now a co-sponsor on the legislation, and it was thanks to Senator Soto that we actually added another be it resolved clause to the resolution. I wanted to make sure I got that right. Yeah. So again, apologies for not originally doing that, but we couldn't be more pleased to have Senator Soto be a part of this now.
There are 18 seconds left in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Roy.
I move to pass by unanimous consent.
Is there a second? Senator Lassard.
So seconded.
Any objections? Seeing none, resolution 11 passes by unanimous consent. Congratulations to the sponsors. All right, resolution 12, sponsored by Senator Little as the primary sponsor, or the only sponsor, report of the findings of the investigative board on the executive branch from the 72nd Student Senate, referred to judiciary, passed in judiciary. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor, Senator Little, or Chair Little. You will have 5 minutes for your opening, and whatever you don't use for your closing.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is resolution 12. It is the findings of the investigative board that was begun in July of 2020, way back in the 72nd Student Senate. So this is the reports from a body that has existed for several months. That was the result of the work of dozens of people who put blood, sweat, and tears into this committee that sat there hearing after hearing, listening to students and to SGA officers. And I really encourage everyone to give this a full read through. The investigative board was a fact-finding body, so everything in this document is based off of the hearings that we held as a board and the evidence that was presented to us, all of which is still currently published on the SGA website. And so I look forward to any questions that you guys have about the process or how we wrote this. But the document sort of functions twofold. First, as an acknowledgement, a recognition of the hurt that occurred because of the failures of our student government, and also as a recommendation for where we go from here, what we can continue to do to conduct oversight over the other branches of government and ensure that what happened and what was testified to does not continue to happen in the future. So I look forward to any questions or debate. And with that, I will yield the rest of the time to my closing.
Okay, I messaged one of you that I didn't mean to message. I meant to message someone else, but hold on. All right, so sponsor yields 3 minutes and 29 seconds to her closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Senator Gonzalez, technical non-debatable question.
Yeah, so just to get this straight, so you all are just asking that Senate continue to conduct oversight and take steps to ensure that the executive branch abides by statute 304.3 C1.
Yes, that's correct.
Senator Marcus.
Can I make a motion right now?
Can we just wait till, okay, fine, yeah, sure.
I move for the resolution to be read in the entirety in its entirety on the floor.
All right, 1 second. All right, I got it. Resolution 12 reads, whereas the Judiciary Committee voted unanimously to initiate the investigative board on presidential appointments on June 23rd, 2020, following multiple allegations of unprofessional interview conduct, failure to interview all candidates for open positions within SGA, and other alleged misconduct. And whereas the scope of the investigative board was expanded on September 23rd, 2020, to allow the board to investigate broader allegations of misconduct within the executive branch. And whereas the investigative board collected evidence and or testimony from Catherine Japalo, former Senator, John Alvarez, former Senator, Emily Picenti, applicant for Senate, Nastasia Janvier, student body vice president, Jonathan Marcus, Senator, Gabriela Hinks, former Senator, Ash Soto, Senator, Ashley Gonzalez, Senator, Jonathan Levin, student body president, Rawan Abari, executive cabinet member, Matthew Harris, applicant for the executive cabinet, Abril Hunter, Senator, Christian Sam, Senator, Ahmad Daraldik, Senator, Sam Jacobson, senior class treasurer, Dea Medley Nera, former Senator, Travis Waters, former Senator, and whereas Catherine Japalo applied for an open seat on May 13th, 2020, and received no contact from the executive branch until she had received the nomination on May 19th. She was never interviewed, and whereas John Jake Alvarez applied for the open College of Social Science and Public Policy Senate Seat 3 on May 19th, 2020, in which he received one phone call from the executive branch informing him he would receive an email regarding the position. The forwarding letter published that same day listed another candidate for College of Social Science and Public Policy Seat 3. Student body president Levin notified Mr. Alvarez that he would be reconsidered for COS PP Senate seat 1 and was forwarded for that seat on June 15th, 2020. And whereas Jonathan Marcus applied for Senate on 2 separate occasions during the summer of 2020. His first application was for Arts and Sciences seat 6, submitted on May 14th. Mr. Marcus received a phone call later that evening from Rawan Abari, who at the time was a private citizen, to confirm information on his application. On May 19th, Mr. Marcus received a second phone call from student body vice president Janvier and was asked 2 questions over the span of a 4-minute phone call. After not receiving the nomination for this seat, Mr. Marcus applied for a different open seat, Arts and Sciences seat 4, on June 7th, 2020. For this application, Mr. Marcus received no interview nor any contact from the executive branch. Gabriela Hinks was then confirmed to Arts and Sciences seat 4 on June 17th, 2020. And whereas Rawan Abari submitted an application for the position of Secretary for Student Life on May 18th, 2020, Ms. Abari was later forwarded to become the Secretary of Internal Affairs. During her interview with the student body president Levin and student body vice president Janvier, she was asked to sing a quote, sing a part of a song that resonated with me and my feelings, unquote, by the vice president. Furthermore, Secretary Abari was asked by President Levin on May 18th to reach out to Mr. Marcus and ask questions about his application. She was confirmed as the Secretary of Internal Affairs on May 20th, and whereas Matthew Harris applied to the position of the Secretary of Internal Affairs on April 22nd, 2020, and was asked to sing in an interview with Student Body President Levin and Student Body Vice President Janvier, and whereas Emily Pacenti applied for an open Senate seat on June 25th, 2020, and was never contacted nor interviewed, and whereas Ash Soto submitted an application for the position of College of Music Senate Seat 1 on July 9th, 2020. They were offered an interview by Chief of Staff Max Roca and Secretary of Appointments Amani Desenor, and then they received an email from Desenor on August 6th, 2020, explaining that they were being offered the seat. In the email, it explained that the interview to be confirmed would take place during the Rules and Calendar Committee meeting on September 2nd, 2020 at 6 p.m. And if confirmed, the Senate meeting at the Senate meeting at 7:30 p.m. that day. When they attended the Rules and Calendar Committee meeting for their interview, pro tempore Alexander Harmon made applicant Soto aware that they never received any documentation about their confirmation for the seat taking place that night. All they did was apologize to applicant Soto and let them know they may be interviewed the next week, but they were not sure. And whereas throughout this process, the investigative board never received any minutes from meetings of the executive cabinet, despite requesting them on multiple occasions, obstructing the board's ability to understand the full scope of the executive branch's decision-making process. And whereas, sorry, I'm losing breath to reading, sorry about that. Whereas the executive branch's unwillingness to provide minutes to the Senate may impede future attempts to conduct oversight, one of the most essential functions of the legislative branch. Be it resolved by the 72nd, I believe y'all meant to say 73rd Student Senate at Florida State University, that the investigative board believes that Jonathan Marcus's rights, as outlined in Chapter 304.3 of the Student Body Statutes, were violated as he did not receive any contact from the executive branch following his application submitted on June 7th, 2020, and the board encourages him to seek some form of compensation for these damages within the judicial system of the FSU Student Government Association. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that Abril Hunter's rights, as outlined in Chapter 304.3 of Student Body Statutes, were violated as she did not receive any contact from the executive branch following her application submitted on July 6, 2020, and the board encourages her to seek some form of compensation for these damages within the judicial system of the FSU Student Government Association. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that Catherine Japalo's rights, as outlined in Chapter 304.3 of Student Body Statutes, were violated as she only received contact upon being forwarded by the executive branch on May 19th without an interview. This presents a clear violation of statutes in Supreme Court case Ravello v. Wilson. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that the executive branch did not follow the basic questionnaire and professional form required by Student Body Statutes 304.3 and 304.4, as well as Supreme Court case Ravello v. Wilson in multiple cases. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that 203.3 was violated as the cabinet meetings, quote, held under the auspices of Student Government Association, unquote, were not open to the public. Furthermore, 203.6 was violated as no minutes were published nor made available to the investigative board upon request. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that the student body president violated statute 205.3E1 by compelling two individuals to misrepresent themselves as student government officers when they were not, Rawan Abari and Abby Salter. Be it further resolved that the investigative board believes that the student body president violated statute 304.3C1 by failing to interview candidates after they have applied for a position in student government, John Jake Alvarez and Gabriela Hinks. Be it further resolved that there is an undeniable pattern of candidates for open student Senate seats not receiving an interview as mandated by student body statute 304.3 and Ravello v. Wilson. Furthermore, as stated in this written response to the investigative board's questionnaire, it is highly concerning that President Levin admitted to not being aware of candidates failing to be interviewed. While the early months of the current administration were chaotic and disorganized due to COVID, this cannot excuse a violation of statutes. The board believes that President Levin has violated the precedent established in Ravello and having forwarded candidates before all candidates had been interviewed has also violated 304.3C5. Be it further resolved that in a memorandum sent on June 23rd, 2020, Abby Salter listed herself as acting Chief Justice under the direction of Student Body President Levin. Student Body Statute 205.3E1 states no officer or employee will willfully misrepresent themselves while acting in an official capacity, and Statute 204, that was a quote, And statute 205.3D states, quote, no officer or employee shall knowingly aid, advise, encourage, or threaten another officer or employee of Student Government Association, of the Student Government Association or student to act in violation of this chapter, unquote. Abby Salter admitted to the Summer Judiciary Committee on July 14, 2020, that she did not believe the title Acting Chief Justice was appropriate for the memorandum and that she had been told to use that title by President Levin. The investigative board believes President Levin has violated 205.3D by explicitly instructing Abby Salter to represent herself as acting Chief Justice rather than appointed Chief Justice, as she was never confirmed to the position by the full Senate. Be it further resolved that two separate individuals have come to the investigative board and claimed that Vice President Janvier had asked them to sing during their interviews. Matthew Harris was quote, taken aback, but tried not to act surprised, unquote, when, quote, told to sing, unquote. He was, quote, confused and beyond uncomfortable, unquote. This was further corroborated by both Secretary Rawan Abari and President Levin. Secretary Abari testified that she was asked to sing and that she was aware of others. President Levin responded yes when asked, quote, yes, unquote, when asked, quote, have you ever witnessed an applicant for an SGA position be asked to sing in an interview, unquote. President Levin claims that the question asked during the interviews was, quote, please sing us a song about our current mood and feeling of this season in your life, unquote. Yet Vice President Janvier claims that the question was, quote, what song describes your current season in life? It may be geared towards the pandemic, the semester, anything you feel comfortable with. If you would like, you may choose to sing that song, unquote. President Levin's recollection of the question, while different from Vice President Janvier's, is corroborated by the statements given by Matthew Harris and Secretary Abari. The investigative board believes that Vice President Janvier violated statute 304.3C4 by failing to offer interviews in a quote, standardized and professional form, unquote. Furthermore, the imbalance between powerful elected officials and candidates seeking appointments within student government is vast. No matter the intention, this conduct does not rise to the standard that our student government should hold itself to. Be it further resolved that for future interviews, the executive branch should use the quote forwarding interview questions, unquote, listed on the SGA website as a guide. The Senate should continue to conduct oversight over the executive branch to ensure that all interviews conducted by the student government are held to the enumerated standard of professionalism. Be it further resolved that the Senate should take steps to ensure that the executive branch abides by statute 304.3C1 and interviews all applicants for SGA positions to encourage the FSU student body in general to engage with student government. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the following: Alex Harmon, Student Senate President; Renee Wang, Student Senate Pro Tempore; John Thrasher, President of Florida State University; Dr. Amy Hecht, Vice President for Student Affairs; Dr. Angela L. Chong, Associate Vice President of Student Affairs; Dr. Brandon Bowden, Assistant Vice President of Student Affairs; Jonathan Levin, Student Body President; and Nastasia Janvier, Student Body Vice President. We are now still in technical non-debatable questions. I'm going to have a sip of water because that was long. All right. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? All right, seeing none, we're now in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, Senator Marcus.
So yeah, a bunch of y'all probably just heard that my name was mentioned in this report, and I sort of want to just provide some context as to what happened for me. I applied for seat 6 and received one phone call from someone who wasn't even an SGA, which is just blatantly against statutes. And then my interview was, quote unquote, interview was a 4-minute long phone call where I was asked only 2 questions, which is also against statutes. And simply put, there is no gray area here. Statutes were broken. And in my second application to Senate, I didn't get an interview, I didn't get a phone call, I didn't even get an email back. That is another violation of statutes. Statutes and rules are nonpartisan, and statutes and rules were broken. I hope you consider that on your vote this evening.
Senator yields 59 seconds in the first round of pro. Pro Tempore Wang.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that statutes exist for a reason. I mean, why would we have them to guide us if we're not going to take them seriously? It's undeniable that candidates were not receiving interviews or that interviews were not considered appropriate, as statute 304.3 clearly states. There was even a Supreme Court case, Ravello v. Wilson, that's cited in this resolution multiple times that states that 304.3C was violated when a student stated that they were not interviewed for a position. In addition to the discrepancies found in this interview process, we also requested to see minutes for executive cabinet meetings and never got them after several requests, even though 203.6 verbatim says the minutes of any meeting under this chapter shall be recorded at the time of the meeting, and such records shall be open to the public and to student government affiliates. Transparency is something that I value very highly, which is why, as in my time as the vice chair of judiciary, I took some of the most detailed minutes that show exactly what happened in every meeting.
Sorry about that. The first round of pro has expired. We are now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? I'm assuming Senator Gertz was not con because you had it in for pro. Senator England.
Thank you. So on October 8th, I was served with a so-called subpoena, giving me 28 hours to report to the investigative board. I'm glad that we've talked about statutes existing for a reason, because Florida statutes, which trump everything we do here in SGA, Florida statutes say that meetings to testify shall not be earlier than 30 days after the date of service of the subpoena. So in effect, I was served, and I'm sure many other people were served with illegal subpoenas. And if I was served with an illegal subpoena, who knows what else this committee did illegally. And so I do not trust the findings of the committee. I made the committee aware of these illegal subpoenas, and I received no response. So who knows what other illegal activities went on. And so I do not trust the findings, and therefore cannot in good faith support this. Thank you.
Senator yields 1 minute and 4 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Gertz, you had a point.
Yes, I had a point of information for the sponsor, but I just wondered first, could I have a follow-up to that question?
Sure.
Awesome. So point of information, Chair Little, I wanted to just make sure that I heard the presiding officer correct. During the investigative board, in these findings, it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, that President Levin said that he was in interviews, or that he heard people being interviewed being asked to sing. And then President Jean-Pierre said that they were not asked to sing, they were asked to identify themselves with a song, correct?
Sorry, I keep accidentally muting myself. Yes, that's correct. President Levin did agree to witnessing interviewees being asked to sing by the interviewer. However, the phrasing of the question that was being asked differed in between President Levin and Vice President Jean-Pierre's answers. One was phrased in, can you sing us a song? And one was, can you describe a song? The nature of which were different.
Okay. And so I guess my second question on that note is it your, do you believe those two statements to be innately contradictory, that they could not both be true?
Yes, I believe the nature of asking someone to sing a song and to name a song that describes a mood are two very distinct questions that call for two very distinct answers.
All right, thank you very much.
Senator Soto with a point.
Yeah, I have a point of clarification. Can you mute yourself? I have a point of clarification for Senator England. So we actually sent the subpoenas like 3 days before the meetings, but we never got the signed copies from at the time Pro Tempore Harmon until you received the email. So I just wanted to let you know that we did send them with ahead of time before the meeting.
Senator Linsky with another point.
I'd like to point out that the statute that Mr. England applies to is related to the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure, not student-made subpoenas in a committee hearing situation. It's not illegal what was done. It's very telling that someone's trying to say it was illegal when it wasn't illegal to gut the entire thing when there's so much stuff going on. And with that, I yield.
Senator Villacorta, I believe it's a point.
Sorry, not a point. Forgot to put my hand down for speaking pro.
Okay. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of information for Chair Little. Is it true that all IB meetings are recorded and can be found on the SGA website?
Yes. To my knowledge, yes. They were all sent to the webmaster after all of our meetings. So to my knowledge, they are still published. I haven't checked in the last probably 30 days, but to my knowledge, they haven't been removed.
All right, there's 1 minute and 4 seconds in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Gonzalez. Oh, there we go. All right. Senator Mouget.
Thank you. My internet keeps going in and out, so if I'm like going back and forth, just let me know. But I'm here to speak tonight in con this evening based on 2 accusations of statute violations. This resolution states that statute 203.3 was violated when executive cabinet meetings were not open to the public. In addition, this resolution states that investigative board did not receive meeting minutes from the executive cabinet meetings, thus violating 203.6. However, to quote the Supreme Court ruling on January 31st, 2021, quote, "We hold that executive cabinet meetings do not fall under 203.3, 203.5, or 203.6 of student body statutes and thus are not required to be open to the public, allow public comment, or publish their meeting minutes." I will be voting in con tonight due to the controversy and the fact that the Supreme Court ruled that the executive cabinet did not violate these statutes, and thus these points in the resolution I will be voting a con on. Thank you.
All right, the first round of con has expired. We are now in the first round of pro. Senator Marcus, you have a point, or second round of pro. Sorry about that. Point.
Oh, I was going to speak in the second round of pro.
Okay. If anybody else has a point, I believe there are some points. Please keep your hand raised, and then if it's not a point, just wait until the points are done. All right, Senator Linsky.
The Supreme Court decision is currently on appeal to Vice President Hecht. I'm going to drop a little Florida Supreme Court stuff on you. According to Town of Palm Beach v. Gradison, when construing the Florida Sunshine Statute 286011, which is the meeting statute that our student body statute is modeled off of, the proper way to construe the statute is to frustrate all evasive devices employed by the government. When it comes to whether the duty is discretionary or ministerial under Florida law, it is a ministerial duty. You shall record these minutes. You shall publicize them. Taking the student Supreme Court's opinion in line with their other opinion that I think that Mr. England's familiar with, sorry for using your name, the advisory opinion number 1, at the very conclusion of it, they say, the venue of this court shall not be to invoke and to conjure new powers from the Constitution. Yet in this opinion, they go with executive privilege, which has no enumerated floor, no express reference in our Constitution or our statutes whatsoever. As this is currently on appeal, and to be frank, it took me 5 minutes to find the dispositive cases on Westlaw. I say we don't really invoke that now, but if it doesn't get appealed, if Vice President Hecht rejects it, then I drop that point. But as this process has not been resolved, and as there's been a recent track record of the Supreme Court ruling one way and something else happening, I think it wouldn't be prudent to just say, well, they've spoken, because the truth is they are not the court of last resort at Florida State University. That is the administration.
Point, Senator Darldeek.
It's not a point. I wanted to speak in pro.
Villacorta, is yours a point before we go ahead? Oh, okay, Villacorta's gone. Okay, Senator Darldeek, there's 2 minutes in the second round of pro.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that, a lot of these violations of statutes occur when I was serving this body as its president. And I constantly had to make the executive branch aware of the violations that were occurring. I constantly had to be, these are the deadlines, these are the dates, this is how you have to do this or that. And it's not supposed to be on the legislative branch to constantly be trying to guide the executive branch on how to do their own job. And even beyond that, you want to refer to the Supreme Court and think that they're this holy body that everything they say is great. Reality is they claimed that I was making fraudulent statements. I appealed that ruling, and here I am as a senator again when they decided that I shouldn't be a senator, when they decided that I shouldn't be president. Their voice isn't necessarily the most accurate, because when you look at their track record and the track record of the opinions that they're constantly putting out and the statements that they make, they're not the most effective, neither the most accurate or correct. So I don't know where you would want to go in regards to how far you want to trust them. But with that being said, this resolution clearly outlines statements of fact, clearly outlines multiple statutes that were broken, and these things need to be addressed. And so with that being said, I yield in full support.
Senator yields with 49 seconds left in the second round of pro. Senator Marcus.
I am incredibly angry that we are just going to completely invalidate the experiences of about a dozen students who had their statutorial rights completely denied over stuff that is very clearly, as Senator Linsky has pointed out, a gray area. There is no gray area with the other statutorial breakings, for lack of a better word. I'm very angry right now. But there is no gray area there. It is very clear what has happened, and for them just to be invalidated, including my experiences of trying to get involved in our SGA after Gigi and so many people have come forward speaking about how terrible this process has been, we're just going to vote no against something because you have a little bit of a problem with and calling it illegal. I'm very angry.
Great. Okay, the second round of pro has extinguished. We are now in the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the second round of con? Senator Villacorta, is that a point? Okay. Senator Bateman.
So I just want to make sure I have this all understanding and why I'm going to vote this way. As of now, we have a Supreme Court ruling that states one thing. And I recognize that the administration has the ability to overrule that decision. But as of now, we do not have an overruling. We just have that Supreme Court ruling. So until there's an advisory opinion that is contradictory to that Supreme Court ruling, I see no reason why we shouldn't follow the ruling of the Supreme Court. I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Gertz.
Oh, I wanted to speak in a third round of pro.
All right, we'll move into the third round of pro. Senator Gertz, there are 2 minutes left.
All right. What I wanted to clarify here is that primarily this is dealing with the opinion of the committee and what the committee's opinion is on the violations of these statutes. And so the opinion of the committee may be different from the committee of the Supreme Court, but that does not mean that the opinion of the committee is necessarily wrong. I will remind you all that the Supreme Court was entirely chosen by the current sitting president of the Student Government Association. I will further state that nobody here is talking about the largest issue within this document, which is clear and convincing statements that are contradictory, meaning that either the student body president or vice president lied to the investigative board, or they have a failing memory. Either way, the investigative board got contradictory statements from both of them. When there is a smoking gun, there is usually an issue about. Furthermore, I would like to note that I am the new member educator for my fraternity currently. And if multiple people came forward and said that I was forcing people who wanted to join my organization to sing for my delight, that would be hazing. That is hazing. It's hazing 101. It is not allowed in the Interfraternity Council. It's not allowed in Panhellenic. It's not allowed at any part of this university. It may continue to happen, but we are fighting against it daily. It is hazing, and it is something that Vice President Janvier would be completely aware of, because Vice President Janvier is in a multicultural sorority. And so I think we should keep in mind not the feelings of those who have committed the wrong acts, but of the victims of those acts. And to do otherwise is completely ridiculous. With that, I yield.
Senator yields with 15 seconds left in the third round of pro. Senator Roy.
Thank you, President. So I would just like to reiterate that this was a nonpartisan commission. This was a fellow group of senators that heard people's testimonies and found out that our system does not work for accountability and it is not accessible for people. We need to help push this forward, and I commend everyone who works with the investigative board.
All right, that extinguishes the time for the third round of pro. We are now in the third round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the third round of con? All right, seeing none and knowing that there are more people, more senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro, or fourth, we're in the fourth. Okay, fourth round of pro. We'll move on to the fourth round of pro, starting with Senator Roy, if you're still wanting to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with this extra time, I would just like to further elaborate that this was something that we've even heard of from friends, from constituents. This is something that's plagued the last year with so many different accessibility issues, so many different problems. Like, we are hurting the student body by not living up to our statutes. We're hurting them by not making sure that people are heard, that they're interviewed, that they feel comfortable in their interviews. And with this, I hope that this can be a first step in just making some things right and making sure that we don't just back away and that we do actually hold ourselves accountable. Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator yields 1 minute and 20 seconds in the fourth round of pro. Senator Villacorta.
I'll try to keep it as quick as possible. First, I'd like to read to you all from the Student Code of Conduct. Hazing is defined as any group or individual action or activity that endangers the mental or physical health or safety of, or which may demean, disgrace, or degrade any person, regardless of location, intent, or consent of participants. Further, hazing includes, but is not limited to, any activity that would be viewed as by a reasonable person as subjecting any person to embarrassment, degradation, or humiliation. The executive branch clearly hazed students. In addition, it very much seems like the executive branch and some of the members lied to the investigative board because they have very different recollections of what they asked students to do. Additionally, many students' rights were violated. I don't know how some of you can sit here and say you're not going to vote for this by picking out one little thing that's not even a settled issue because it's on appeal, while ignoring the dozens of students who had their rights plainly violated. I get that some of you are friends with the people who have been mentioned in this document as having violated students' rights. I get you're in the same organizations as them. You need to have a serious, hard look at yourself and see if you can separate your friendship from your duty as a senator. If you can't, you shouldn't be here. Additionally, if you are having close personal relationships or vested interest in seeing members who are mentioned in this not accused and not found in having this passed, you need to abstain because of ethical concerns, and that will be addressed.
All right, that extinguishes the time in the fourth round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the fourth round of con? All right. Is there a motion, or would we like to continue on to a fifth round of pro? If you're still wishing, as Senator Darlik.
Move to call the question.
All right, is there a second? Senator Linsky. Okay, Senator Linsky.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Marcus?
I object, given that people's hands were still up to speak in pro.
All right, Senator Darlik, do you withdraw your motion?
I just don't withdraw, just because I feel as if everybody who wanted to say something most said something, and they kind of, I feel in my perspective have exhausted all the avenues in regards to speaking in pro or con, and so I believe that we're ready to vote, and that's why I won't rescind my motion.
All right, who speaks now? I think it's Oh, it's immediate vote on whether or not to sustain the objection. Majority vote if we, all right. So will the pro tempore please call the vote? Oh, Senator Marcus.
I will withdraw my objection.
All right. Seeing none, are there any other objections? All right, seeing none, we are now in line. Oh, no, sorry. The sponsor has 3 minutes and 29 seconds for her closing. You may begin now.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who spoke. I appreciate everything that was said about the resolution. I just want to kind of reiterate the importance of this document. It speaks to the accountability of our SGA, to how we view transparency and accountability, not just between the branches of government and to each other as SGA officers, but to the entire student body. It speaks to the respect and the standards that we hold ourselves to in student government as far as interviews go and as far as people go. Each of us is due a certain degree of respect and professionalism. And this resolution goes to acknowledge all of the failures of accountability and respect, and just failures in general of the executive branch and of SGA as a whole over the last several months. I can say the entirety of my career in Senate has been in the Judiciary Committee, and this document is pretty much a list of everything that I've done since I've become a senator, and I'm about to hit the 1-year mark. So it's incredibly important to lots of people in student government and outside of student government. You all have seen that week after week, there are students coming in for public comment to speak to their disagreement as to what's happened, to speak to their hurts and their confusion and their frustration with our student government. And we owe it to them and to ourselves and to everyone who will encounter these issues in the future to speak on them now and stand up and say something. And with that, I hope you all will vote in pro.
Senator yields. We are now in line to vote. Will the pro tempore please call the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Please keep your hands up. I'm seeing like a lot of changes. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Vote reads 27 yes, 8 no, 0 abstentions. Resolution is passed.
Congratulations, Chair Little. Resolution 12 is passed. Resolution 14, sponsored by Senator Martin and Hitchcock, urging the 2021 legislative, providing the 2021 legislative agenda for OGA in the state of Florida to enhance student life and learning. There's no committee that this really needs to go to, so we'll hear this on the floor. Please welcome the sponsors to the floor. Senator Martin. There we go. All right, you will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready. Oh,
Okay.
did I mute you? Okay, I did.
Yeah, you did. So hello, Senate. Hopefully this is a very fast and easy resolution that passes. But as you've heard, OGA has worked diligently to come up with a cohesive and efficient legislative agenda that will benefit many parts of campus. I hope you all were able to learn a lot about the plans that they have for this next year, especially during their comments and Bureau comments. Thank you to Amabella and the board for letting me be a sponsor here. And if you have any questions, please direct it to them. And I yield my time.
Sponsor yields 4 minutes and 19 seconds to her closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions? Senator Villacorta.
Thank you. To whoever can answer, I guess. Actually, this would probably be more debatable, so I'll save it for one for information.
All right. Senator Gonzalez.
I moved to table this just for the simple reason that we just saw it today, and I don't think all of the Senate had an opportunity to thoroughly look through the legislative agenda. So yeah, I moved to table.
Is there a second? Senator Murcia. Oh, okay, wait. All right, there we go.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right. Senator Martin.
Can I as the sponsor object, or does someone?
I believe you can. Let me, hold on, there's a special process. Give me a second. All right, seeing as though you object, we will now vote on whether or not to sustain the objection by a majority vote. Point.
Wait, can I make a point, or just like say?
Is this so Director Rudd can explain? Is this? Are we?
No, kind of just to explain why it shouldn't be tabled, or is that allowed? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the specific rule, but why do you object?
So I kind of just want to tell Senate that OGA meetings are public to everybody. They had a meeting to come up with the legislative agenda that was on the Instagram that all of y'all could have gone to learn more about it. They were able to come today to talk about each part of the resolution. So personally, I don't know why we need more time to be able to talk about it.
All right, seeing as though there was an objection, we will now vote on whether or not to sustain that objection. But thank you for the explanation, Senator Martin. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote on the objection? Yes means to keep the objection. No means to deny the objection.
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands.
Yeah, make a point at the very end of a motion, unless you're withdrawing it. Are you withdrawing it? Or hold on, I'm unmuting you. There we go.
When you say like the objection, are you referring to Senator Martin's objection?
Yeah.
So like,
yes.
She objected to tabling it. She doesn't want it tabled.
So voting yes would prevent it from being tabled.
Yes, yes would sustain the objection, and then no would not sustain it. Just to clarify. So pro tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands. All right, those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Okay, wait, more of you guys put your hands up. Hang on 1 second. Let me just look through this again. All right, vote reads 24 yes, 15 no, 0 abstentions. Actually, did I ask for abstentions? I'm so sorry. Is there anyone wishing to abstain? Senators Arut, Murcia, and Villacorta, are those abstentions? Vote reads 24 yes, 15 no, 1 abstention. Objection is sustained, or
Sustained.
is sustained. Sorry.
All right, we are now still in technical non-debatable questions on resolution 14. Are there any technical non-debatable questions? Senator Roy, oh, okay. Senator Roy, technical non-debatable. 1 second. There we go.
Here, can I make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I would just like to, in order to address the previous concerns, move for the resolution be read in its entirety.
All right, is there a second to that? I realize I didn't get a second for the other one, but I guess that's fine. Senator Boole?
So seconded.
All right, any objections? Seeing none, give me 1 second to read it in its entirety. Resolution 14, sponsored by Senator Martin and Senator Jay Hitchcock, whereas the Florida State University Student Government Association's Office of Governmental Affairs is tasked with advocating and representing the interests of the student body at the university, local, state, and federal levels, and whereas the Board of Directors of the Office of Governmental Affairs complied, debated, and approved a legislative agenda for the upcoming legislative session. And whereas the Florida State University Student Government Association recommends the following to the Florida Legislature to enhance student life and learning in the state of Florida. And whereas FSU SGA supports the continuous enhancement of campus safety and is against campus carry state legislation. And whereas FSU SGA supports and seeks to protect students' rights to peacefully assemble and protest in respect to our First Amendment right, and disapproves attempts to increase punishment regarding peaceful assembly by strongly opposing House Bill 1. And whereas FSU SGA urges the Florida House of Representatives to repeal Chapter 73 through 370, allowing for campuses to name and rename university buildings. And whereas FSU SGA supports financial aid and in-state tuition extensions to students with temporary protected immigration or DACA status, if classified as a Florida resident, and whereas FSU SGA supports COVID-19 relief to students and highly encourages legislatures to include college students in their policies, and whereas FSU SGA recognizes the need to respect faculty's intellectual property and protect the rights for students and administration to approve or deny speakers at the best interest of the student body by opposing House Bill 233 or 233. And whereas FSU SGA supports efforts of expanding state allocations for incoming students to benefit from bright futures. And whereas FSU SGA supports legislation to increase voter accessibility and automatic voter registration in the state of Florida. And whereas FSU SGA supports the legislative priorities of the Florida State University, emphasizing but not limited to appropriating funding for the Legacy Hall business building, the Veterans Legacy Complex for the joint FAMU FSU College of Engineering building. And whereas FSU SGA recognizes the continued enhancement and expansion of the Florida State University Center for Academic Retention and Enhancement, or CARE, department by appropriating funding to support traditionally transition for underrepresented students, including the Unconquered Scholars Program. And whereas FSU SGA supports enhanced efforts to improve veterans' access to higher education and supports the Purple Heart waiver to include funding for postgraduate education for veterans. Therefore, be it resolved by the 73rd Student Senate at Florida State University that this resolution is formally adopted as a 2021 legislative agenda for the Florida State University. Be it further resolved that this resolution is sent to John Thrasher, President of Florida State University, Elizabeth Hurst, Associate Vice President and Chief of Staff at Florida State University, Dr. Amy Heck, Vice President for Student Affairs, Clay Ingram, Chief Lobbyist of Florida State University, Dr. Brandon Bowden, Associate Vice President of Student Affairs, Emma Bella Rudd, Director of the Office of Governmental Affairs, and Jonathan Levin, the student body president. And we are still in technical non-debatable questions at this time. Senator Villacorta, is that a technical non-debatable question?
Question for the Senate President, it would be technical non-debatable. Has this resolution been deemed time sensitive by the presiding officer?
On agreement with the Director of Office, Director Rudd, we deemed it, yes.
Was there any reason we weren't notified until now?
Either I forgot or just didn't do it. I honestly forgot. So yeah, there's my answer. Senator Bull?
Yes, I had a technical question about, sorry, let me find it. What is there's no numbers, but where it says, whereas FSU SGA recognizes the need to respect faculty's intellectual property, I was curious how House Bill 233 somehow goes against faculty's intellectual property. So
Is there a motion for a non-senator to speak? Senator England?
So moved.
Is there a second? Senator Rudolph?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Villacorta? Or Senator Gertz?
Technically, there doesn't need to be a motion for Director Rudd to speak because under statutes, she's given special privileges to speak on the Senate floor whenever this resolution is heard.
Okay, all right. Well, Director Rudd, I direct that question to you.
Hi, thank you. So if you had the opportunity to look up House Bill 233, because this bill was sent to your email 24 hours ago, and I mentioned it during the presentation today, and we have done our research for the last 3 weeks regarding this bill, and it outlines that students would be allowed to take videos of their professors and post them and manipulate them in any way possible. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Director Rudd. Are there any other technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of Resolution 14? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro on this resolution? Senator Bull, you have a point.
I have a point of clarification. I did not receive this in my email 24 hours ago. So I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
Anna, when was this sent to everybody?
This evening, right before the meeting.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Resolution 14 was posted on the website yesterday. I believe that's what Director Rudd was meaning. So yes, it was posted to the website under Senate legislation, where all senators can go look at the legislation for the week. Yeah. Senator Bull, do you have another point or okay. We are still in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Marcus?
I just wanted to thank OGA Director Rudd on all of her hard work she's done on this, and I'm hoping this resolution passes. I do wish we had a little bit more time, but that's just a technical thing, but I'm very pleased with what has been presented to us, and I'm happy with the work.
Senator yields 1 minute and 47 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Villacorta?
Yeah, point of information for the presiding officer. Given that statute 908.7 of the student body statutes defines time sensitive as the need to pass during the next Senate meeting, and that the Senate was given this resolution at 7:30 as the meeting was started, and it wasn't designated officially in any email or communication as time sensitive until a few moments ago, why would we hear this now, since the plain reading of time sensitive and its definition would imply that it would have to pass next Senate meeting, not this one?
I'm gonna be honest, I really, I don't care if we hear it today or next week. It is not, I honestly have no preference. Director Rudd had wanted it passed as soon as it could, and so we're doing it this Senate. So if you'd like to table it, we can. We've already tried that. I don't really care what y'all decide. I'm just sitting here trying to run the meeting. Unfortunately, it's not my job to email y'all every 20 seconds. I do a lot of different things. I have 6 classes that I'm taking. So it isn't always easy to get on top of every single thing that I have to do. I try my best. But if it's really an issue, we can move to table it. And that's up to the Senate. It's not up to me at this point. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? There's 1 minute and 47 seconds. Senator Grunberger.
Hi, thank you. And I'm just going to reiterate kind of what Senator Marcus said, but kind of I'm going to applaud the work that Director Rudd has done. I know Senate Bill 300 and everything she's doing, or OGA is doing with immigrant students. I've experienced a lot of hardships as I'm an immigrant, and I was denied financial aid from throughout all of college. So I know the struggle immigrants have to face when they come into this country. And yeah, thank you.
Senator yields 1 minute and 26 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Linsky.
I think that a lot of us have certain pet projects that we would like to see done at the state level. I know that I do, and it doesn't matter that those pet projects aren't a part of this. This list is not going to change next week. It's not going to change the week after. What's important is that OGA gets a running start on this session, and therefore I encourage everybody to vote yes, to vote affirmatively for this.
Sponsor, Senator yields 1 minute and 17 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of inquiry to the sponsor, whoever wants to answer this. Is there a reason that the language changes between urges and supports, or some things given priority over others, or how was that chosen?
Director Rudd.
Thank you. There is no specification versus supports and urges. It was done in the way to not be extremely repetitive. We've referenced every other legislative agenda, and they use those words simultaneously. And so supports and urges, or, extremely supports versus, extremely urge, they're all the same when we worded that.
All right, there's 1 minute and 17 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez. Okay. All right, 1 minute and 17 seconds, Senator Darl-Deek.
Okay, so I wanted to make a motion as well as, I guess, speak in pro. Which one would you prefer I did first?
Whichever you'd like to do.
I'd speak in for, I'll speak in pro. I did want to say I truly appreciate, OGA for doing this. It's very important to ensure that we're supporting students, and especially supporting the students who need it most. I definitely appreciate giving that recognition to DACA students, doing things that ensure that our faculty are safe. Just overall, I appreciate the bill. I do just wish that we were given a little more time in regards to being able to look over it fully, because I know that senators, we were given the opportunity to amend on the floor if we deem it necessary. And I don't think people were given enough time to be able to actually prepare to do anything like that. And so with that, I yield in pro of this resolution. And then can I make my motion?
Yep.
I would just move to table based off of some of the statements I made in my pro statement. Although I stand in full support of this resolution, I do hope that we are able to receive more time to be able to fully digest this resolution appropriately and look at all these bills that we are trying to support as a university and as a student government.
All right, is there a second to that motion to table? Senator Villacorta.
In the interest of preserving statute 908.7, so seconded.
All right, are there any objections? Senator Martin.
I object.
All right, seeing as though Senator Martin has objected, we will now vote on whether or not to sustain the objection. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands.
Clarification, yes is to sustain the objection and no is to make sure that keep it tabled and not have the objection.
Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on the objection, please raise your hands. Vote reads 25 yes, 13 no's, 1 abstention. Objection is sustained.
All right, there are 44 seconds left in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Darl-League.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again, OGA, for the hard work that you did. You know, I'm still going to vote in favor of this resolution because I think it's important that the work that OGA does is important, no matter, you know, the fact that we didn't get enough time or not. I still appreciate the hard work, and I look forward to hearing you guys lobby at the Capitol and ensuring that all these, you know, action pieces are taken care of and ensuring our students are represented the way they deserve to be. So thank you.
Senator yields 23 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Hitchcock.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to applaud Senator Martin and Emma Rudd for putting together this amazing thing. I work as the OGA liaison and I just wanted to say this has my full support. I know that everyone in OGA has worked so hard for this and I would love to see it passed.
Senator yields 6 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Villacorta, you had a point.
Point of information for sponsor. Sorry, one second. On what grounds does this need to pass this week that would lead to the frequent objections?
I'll direct that to the director.
Hi, thank you. So as you know, President Harmon had stated earlier, we have made every single meeting public for the last 3 months. We have posted on our SGA website. We've been working so hard and diligently to make sure that we can start advocating right away for the student body. And it's already been delayed for my director position. So many things have been delayed, and you're asking us to delay this another week so that we cannot meet with these senators and representatives and start working against those anti-protest bills that you are so adamant on. And every single senator or many have reached out, and the many people who are not voting and keep opposing this bill are voting no and didn't show up at those meetings. And so it is extremely frustrating that we made it welcome. I made it welcome. My door is always open and we could talk about this. And as a senator, your duty is to go on that website 24 hours before Senate and read all of that legislation. So it should be passed because we are going to start advocating for the student body. And I'm not going to let this, we should not let this go because you weren't unit serve your position as a senator. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Rudd. There are 6 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of inquiry to Senator Linsky. Seeing as the legislative agenda is supposed to be a collaborative effort between the OGA and the Senate, and they are supposed to actually reach out to us because we're the ones that have the approval. What things, you said you would like to see some things on the legislative agenda. Do you have those right now? Because we are free to amend this. So Senator Linsky, do you have any opinions? Is there anything you think is missing?
Okay, Senator Linsky.
Look, of course, I have things that I think should be addressed at the state level, but that's not really how this works. That's not how it's supposed to work. I'm not a part of OGA. I've been put in this position. I'm not thrust by the university to deal with Clay Ingram, our lobbyist, to deal with Sean Pittman, who's helping us out on a lot of other stuff. And for me, this is a matter of trust. I mean, even if I have something that I think is great that should be on the legislative agenda, if I don't get it, am I going to tank the whole thing? Absolutely not. People have worked so hard on putting this together. And as far as availability goes, I've been able to talk to Emabella about ideas, and she's been great about it too. I look at this right now, and I look at the amount of opposition to this, and I see it as symbolic to say this should be collaborative. We should have a part in this. And frankly, I disagree with that. I think as Senate, we are here to approve or deny what's on that agenda. And I look at the agenda as it's been presented, and I approve of it. And I hope that everybody else does too, without the sort of idea that we should have our say into it. Our say is saying, is this adequate? Do we like what they're doing? If we do, we vote yes, which is why I will vote yes.
All right, there are 6 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Randall.
No, 6 seconds, never mind, Mr. President.
All right, is there a motion for a non-senator to speak? Senator England.
So moved.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Ms. Herrera.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, one second. Senator Gonzalez, are you objecting? All right.
Yep, I object.
All right, objecting to allow Ms. Herrera to speak. Is there we need to do a vote to sustain this objection. All right, will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection to allowing a non-senator to speak, please raise your hands.
Clarification, this objection, if it is sustained, will not allow Ms. Herrera to speak. If it is not sustained, then she is allowed to speak.
All right, so those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands.
Senator Gonzalez, could you explain your objection? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm objecting because as the OGA director already has the powers, I don't understand why someone else on the board has to speak if she has already spoken enough and she has the power to speak whenever she wants to.
All right, moving on to the vote.
All right, I'll ask one last time. Those wishing to vote yes on this objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on the objection, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 3 yes, 32 noes, 0 abstentions. Objection is not sustained.
Ms. Herrera, you are now allowed to speak if you still want to. Sophia. Oh, is she still here? I can't find her. 1 second.
Sophie, put your hand up.
Okay. There, I found her.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to clarify a little bit. There was comments about what issues you guys wanted to see on the agenda, and that's something that we've discussed with the student body when we had our town hall and with meetings with the Pittman Law Group, and when we've talked about the agenda at hand. Our goal as a board is to create an agenda that has actual concrete, tangible changes to campus and to the student body, right? So basically, we as a board, the way we come up with what to put on the agenda and what to keep out is just based on what is better achieved going through the Florida legislator and what is something that we can work on here just with SGA and with the administration. So I just wanted to clarify on how we prioritize what issues are going to be on the agenda and not. So yeah, we just see what way goes about it better to get more tangible results. That's it. Thank you.
All right, 6 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, point of inquiry to OGA director. Can you expand on your research with the CARE one specifically? You just mentioned funding. Can you speak of whether you even spoke to CARE administration? Do you know what type of funding you're looking for? Because CARE gets funding from a lot of different faces, and I'd feel really uncomfortable if we put this on there without speaking to CARE administration first.
Absolutely. So to make you familiar, bills for this session do not have to be filed until February 21st through the 26th. It's one of those dates, okay? So we put this on the legislative agenda because after speaking to many people in CARE, they have expressed that they would like to see more allocations, okay? I have not spoken to any administration because we still have time to speak to them before the allocation deadline is up, okay? But once this is passed, we can start having those conversations because it is tangibly on our legislative agenda. We've also spoken because on the Unconquered program, which Ariel is in, as he respectively have shared, needs more funding to help students on campus. That is a non-debatable. That is part of our COVID-19 relief. And so we have spoken to students that are within these programs that have had these personal experiences, and they deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rudd. Senator Darrell Deek, there's 6 seconds left in the first round of pro.
Yeah, I just moved to allow a non-senator to speak, Ariel Trueba, just because of his experience with Unconquered and his experience with CARE.
All right, is there a second, Senator?
So seconded.
Alex, you're muted.
Wow, okay, wow. Thank you for reading my lips, some of y'all. Are there any objections? Seeing none, not Senator, Director Trueba, I'm so sorry about the pronunciation. Please correct me.
No worries, Mr. President. Trueba is my last name.
Okay.
To Senator Gonzalez, I wanted to respond to you, although we have not spoken to anyone CARE administration, but as someone who represents CARE and represents the Unconquered Scholars Program, we've had different meetings within the Unconquered Scholars Program to ask for more funding for our students. And as you know, Unconquered Scholars is a program under CARE, and yes, you are right. There are many different areas of funding that CARE might need, but because we have not gotten to the allocations side of it, and this is just like a general consensus, just to call attention to the legislature so they can know what's going on. This is why just CARE is just on there, but there's no specific funding because we have not met with any legislators, and we cannot do so if this doesn't pass today. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, we have 6 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez. All right. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro, which are just 6 seconds? Senator Soto. Oh.
I was just going to move for a non-senator to speak in regards to Rawana Bhati. I believe she serves on OJA as well, and it's necessary to allow her to input her perspective in regards to what we're speaking upon.
Is there a second? Senator Suarez?
So seconded.
Any objections? Seeing none, Director Abari, you are allowed to speak.
Yeah, just for the respect of everyone's time, but also for the urgency of our legislative agenda, as I'm sure Rudd and the rest of our board members, we appreciate the due diligence of the Senate, and I will be here for as long as Senate wants to go on to answer these specific questions, whether it's about the bills you reference, the questions like Ariel just expanded on. I just wanted to put that out there. You have my time. I want to respect yours, but I will be here for any questions until this can get passed. So I know the director and I know the rest of us are here to say the same. So we appreciate you, but we have a due diligence to want to get this passed as quickly as you can. So all questions, shoot them our way.
Thank you, Director Abari. Senator Marcus?
I'm speaking in pro, right?
Yep, 6 seconds.
Can we just get this done and pass it? I don't think there's anything on here that we really disagree with.
All right, there's 1 second left in the first round of pro. Is there anybody wishing to speak for 1 second? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Starting with Senator Boole.
Thank you, President. I asked technical non-debatable. I did not mean to start anything, okay? I literally just wanted clarification on how exactly 233, okay, changes specific thing, but whatever. And I have a problem with that whereas clause because I do not believe that a public body should have the right to refuse anyone's free speech to come to university. I've always had this opinion. This has come up in UF. It's come up in universities all across Florida. And I don't appreciate when speakers are silenced by a university just because the people who are in SGA or the people who are in administration decide that it's not what the student body wants. Okay, it's not indicative of the student body's opinion. It's indicative of the people in power's opinion. And I think that I really dislike this. A lot of universities do this. If we were a private university, I would be a little bit more hesitant, but honestly, we get like an endowment of like what, $800 million or $600 million from the taxpayers. And so FSU should not be taking a stance on any sort of opinion.
Senator yields 46 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Gertz, or sorry, con, my bad. Senator Gertz, second round of con, or first round of con, geez, all right.
Hi, basically, I just have to be really quick here. I'm speaking in con of this because this bill does not bring up something that's very, very important to graduate assistants, which is a fee release bill. There is no even push for a fee release. And with that, I move to enter into the legislative agenda caucus for the purpose of hearing amendments to the bill.
All right, give me a second to pull up the rules on that. But is there a second? We're in the middle of a motion.
If I could just real quick, there's only a few seconds. I just wanted to, if briefly, I could explain why I'm making this motion.
Sure, that'll make it easier.
Yeah, just briefly, the reason I'm making this motion is because at the beginning of the semester, had I not received an outside scholarship, I would have been made to pay $740 in fees, which is equivalent of about one of my paychecks, about 2 weeks worth of work. Most of those fees being many of those fees being tech fees and other fees associated with the university. Tech fees specifically going to Zoom and other products that I need to use to even work. So these fees are a pay to work system for the graduate assistants, which is why I'm making this motion. And I do apologize that it is very late. Unfortunately, I've not been able to make it in any other meetings, but I do want to see an amendment to support graduate assistants.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Senator Boole.
I just had a point, or I guess I can't do points, so I second.
Are there any objections? All right, Senator Randall.
I object, Senator Gertz. I need to ask a question, and I can't do it while you're in your motion. Trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, Senator Gertz, do you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw contingent on the question.
All right. Senator
Thank
Randall, you have
you.
a
Point of information. OGA Director Rudd, did you have a moment to discuss with your executive board when I sent you a few days ago after my meeting with the Graduate Assistant Union President? Thank you, Senator Gertz, for bringing that up. May I ask a follow-up, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me okay? My internet's unstable. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you're good.
Give me one. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, Senator Randall. Knowingly, I presented the legislative agenda on Thursday night, and we had voted on Thursday night. You reached out to me on Friday, January 29th.
Yeah.
I had told you that we will be reviewing it and we will look into it. But since we had voted from the legislative agenda on Thursday, you reached out to me a little bit late. So we will be considering it for sure. This is your decision to amend it on the floor tonight. But yes, I did go look over it. I do find it very important to the student body, but you did reach out to me late.
Yeah, I
All of
apologize.
the dates were published. So thank you.
Yeah. OGA Director Rudd, have you had the chance to talk about this with anybody, or could you give your personal opinion on this as sort of the head of the student lobbying arm on this? I'd love to see your opinion. And then I'm sure Senator Gertz is free to make this motion. I just want people to know that like this, we did have conversation about this, and Senator Gertz is right. Senator OGA Director Rudd, could you give some opinions on this? Also, just for clarification, everybody, what they're referring to is House Bill 553, which revises Florida Statute 1009.24, 7 through 13, revoking certain restrictions for graduate students.
Thank you, Senator Randall, for sharing that. Yes, I do find it very pertinent, and I do believe it will help these students on campus that are experiencing this. Considering the fact that we've been working for the last couple of weeks, I have not discussed this with my whole board due to the fact that you reached out, late, and we have not had a meeting since. We were working on getting the presentation together for tonight. We would be happy to discuss this, in the legislative agenda committee tonight as the Senate speaks. But I do believe that it would be it would help that community. Yes.
Understanding that, Mr. President, I move to amend the resolution.
All right. After reading 908.7, before we move on with that motion, 908.7A, 2A, contingent on the legislative agenda being time sensitive. If there is an amendment on the floor of the Senate, there shall be a motion to enter the legislative agenda caucus. All amendments should be filed before entering the legislative agenda caucus. So before we enter into that caucus, I'm going to need those amendments sent or at least read out.
I can read it out to you and then send it to you via chat if that's acceptable.
That'll work. I'll take that because I'll be writing, and then we'll have Pro Tempore Wang can put the resolution up just so that we can have a visual. Is that the only amendment you intend on filing at this moment?
That's the only one I intend on filing, yes.
Okay. I know there are a few others, so.
President Harmon, I don't think I have the Word document. All I have is the PDF.
Okay. Hold on one second. I got it. 1 second. I believe this is it. All right. All right, there is the, yeah, nope, that's not the right one. Sorry about that. Oh boy, late night. All right, now I have it. Did I share the right screen? Oh my God. There we go. All right, now I did. There we go. All right, resolution 14, and I believe Senator Gertz put it in the chat. Now, could you clarify where you would put this?
Yeah. I would move to amend to place the whereas statement following the whereas statement concerning the Center for Academic Retention and Enhancement. Just because I do want to respect the tradition of, I believe there's a tradition of including our veterans advocacy last, but.
Ooh, I did not do the right thing.
I know Control F is very common in these meetings.
There we go. Okay. So this is what he's intending on amending. That's not officially in there. That's just there so that we know what's going on. Senator Boole.
Can we present amendments now, or are we in the
Yep.
legislative caucus? Okay.
Yeah,
I
if
would
you
like.
intend on making amendments, please do so now.
Okay, I just sent it to you on chat. I want to strike where it says and protect the right for students and administration to approve and deny speakers at the best interest of the student body, because I do not believe that the administration always has the best interest of the student body.
You're gonna have to help me with that one. Where is it?
It's going to be where 223. It's like, there you go, right there. That's the one.
All right.
So there's going to be just striking within that clause. Not the whole thing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Just the and protect all the way up until that comma.
And
so
thank you. All right.
You can keep the by opposing House Bill 233.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nope, you're good. That's me. All right. That look correct? All
Yeah,
right,
that's
not set in
what I would like to
stone.
present.
These are just so that I'm gonna bold them so we know which ones we're working with. All right. Director Rudd.
Thank you. Can I move to have a non-senator speak? Can I do that?
Well, you're not a senator anymore. Well, I don't think.
As I'm a presiding officer, that's my question.
Oh, well, we're not in the caucus yet.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. But Senator Darldeek has a point. Okay, I can't see all your hands. There we go.
It was just a point of personal privilege. Is it possible to make the font color black instead of gray? It's just making it really difficult to read. Because it's usually in black. Thank you.
All right, Senator Tackett.
I move to amend the 7th whereas, specifically the wording for in-state tuition extensions. Florida House Bill 851 already awarded tuition extensions to DACA recipients in 2014. So that's just a factual discrepancy I have. This current bill, SB 300, provides in-state, not tuition, but in-state scholarships to DACA and immigrant students. And it does not, they already have in-state tuition deferments available to them. So I moved to strike the in-state extensions part.
Whereas?
The 7th one.
The whole thing, okay.
Not strike the whole one, but just strike the in-state tuition extensions part.
Just that? FGA support, FSU, FGA. Okay, I'm assuming it's this. There we go. All right. We are still, all right, Senator Boole.
I apologize. No, I just had it up.
No more, okay. Senator Tackett.
My bad, all good.
All right, Senator Rudd, who was it that you were trying to let speak? And we'll let them.
Sydney.
Oh, okay, Director Mills.
On the board of directors, yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you.
Director Mills, is there a motion to okay, Senator Darley. All right.
So moved.
Is there a second? Senator Soto or Senator? Oh, I can't see your name from here. Senator Roy.
And so seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Director Mills, welcome to the floor of the Senate.
Thank you. Am I allowed to speak on like behalf of amendments, or do I have to like introduce amendments right now?
I don't think you can introduce amendments.
Okay, I want to speak on behalf of like the amendments that were already introduced. Is that
Okay. Yeah.
All right, awesome. So regarding the whereas where it's FSU SGA recognizes the need to respect faculty's intellectual property, that one, I want to talk about a little bit about House Bill 233. So that bill regards not saying that administration can deny speakers and choose speakers. It's more so saying that the student body, even SGA, like this, a bill would encompass SGA in not being able to choose and deny speakers. It's administration and it's student government. So they're saying that you guys can't decide who comes, everyone gets to come. You have no choice in who gets to come speak. And then the intellectual property of that bill statement, I believe, stayed. So if you guys have any questions on the intellectual property part, it's just basically students would be allowed to film faculty's lectures without their permission and spread it if they wanted to. So that's kind of how we made that whereas. And then as for the in-state tuition extensions, we had a big Google Doc that we were all typing on. I don't believe extensions was supposed to be put in there because the bill itself does state that you can get scholarships regardless of your residency status. So that is where that happens. So thank you for that amendment and catching that. But that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Senator Darldig Point.
Yeah, it was just point of order for future reference in regards to directors speaking about the amendments on the floor. That would be once we actually get into the legislative caucus, because that's when you give your actual input, not prior, because this is the time for amendments. But I do appreciate your input, but please, just in the future for all the directors, just once we're actually in the caucus, give your input. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. Now that we have amendments, is there a motion to go into the legislative agenda caucus? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the legislative agenda caucus. Senator Randall.
Mr. President, Madam OGA Director, I motion that.
All right, is there a second? Senator Gertz. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Senator Gertz.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right. Now we are now in the legislative agenda caucus. And we will take up these amendments as they came in, starting with Senator Gertz's amendment. Just keep in mind, if I'm going to read 908.7A to A, if the OGA director approves the changes, the amendment shall require a majority vote by the Senate in order to pass. If the OGA director opposes the changes, the amendment shall require a 2/3 vote of the Senate in order to pass. Senator Linsky has a point.
Yeah, this point is point of information on House Bill 233. I like Bull's amendment because the bill doesn't really do the things that we're claiming it does. What it really does is says, if it violates the First Amendment, you can't bring them in. That was already the rule. It's still in play. It doesn't solve anything. What it does, which is bad, which is why I'm glad that you're opposing it, is it creates an independent review board and a survey that the Board of Education itself administers. What that does and why it's bad is it puts in what the actual spectrum is, the Overton window, into the hands of the Florida legislature, which is dangerous. So in short, I don't think that the House bill does what we're claiming it does in this, which is why I'm supportive of Bull's amendment.
Director Ed, I don't know if you wanted a response.
Yes, absolutely. Just give me one moment. I'm pulling up a bill analysis for this bill that I have on reference. Senator Randall, do you want to speak? No, okay. Give me 1 second.
Apologies, I will be relinquishing the chair to Pro Tempore Wang for the time being. I really need to take just a 5-minute break, if y'all don't mind. So Pro Tempore Wang, I'll be back in a little bit, so sorry about that.
Linsky Point. Sorry, I forgot I have to unmute all of you.
While this research is happening, I do want to add that there's a pretty big tension between the way that we're advocating HB 233 in the original resolution and how we're opposing HB 1. My instincts tell me that that could be wedged against efforts to oppose HB 1, where on the flip side, those can say, well, they don't really care about free speech at all. Look at what they're trying to do to this, that, and the other. Whether or not that's valid or true is a question for a later debate. But when I look at this document as a whole, I fear that one, we might be misinterpreting and overextending what we're saying the harms of HB 233 are, which I think is a lesser deal than HB 1.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I have pulled up the committee proceedings from this past week. During questioning on the bill as amended, the Democratic senators on the committee raised their concern about student safety. Senator Pelosi asked if under this bill, a university would be able to prohibit the KKK or a neo-Nazi group from holding a rally at their institution, and Senator Rodriguez said that the university would not be able to deny the expression of any ideology on their campus, but that universities instead should assess the potential for violence and then build the organization, the cost for security, and police forces necessary to ensure the student body. Thank you.
Oh, I'll relinquish chairship back to President.
Oh, stop, Casper. Stop it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. Where were we? Senator Darrell Deek, hand raised.
Yeah, I wanted to speak in pro of Senator Bull's amendment just because of the fact that, this could, like, giving that authority and supporting something like this could be taken to a more extreme level. Just the reality of, like, what she said, what the director said herself in regards to, they could provide policing or whatever it may be, depending on what the situation may be. In the past, I've seen the Students for Justice in Palestine attempt to organize nonviolent protests, and then something like this be weaponized against them and cause them to have police and whatever it may be surrounding their event when there's only like 10 or 15 people there non-violently protesting. But because of the organization and how some people deem to attempt to perceive it and try and equate it to organizations that may actually cause harm, when SJP does not aim to do that, it could be harmful to student organizations on our campus. And so that's why I full-heartedly support what Senator Bull is doing in regards to that amendment, because I just don't want to see this taken to an extreme level where it ends up harming people instead of supporting and helping students and affecting their free speech rights. Thank you.
All right, Senator yields. 1 minute left in the first round of pro on the Bull amendment. I believe that's where we are. Correct me if I'm wrong. Senator Linsky, you have a point.
Yeah, it's not surprising that read in the committee report, because that's actually been legal since 1977. If you look up the case National Socialist Party of America, aka the Nazi Party of America v. the Village of Skokie, the case centered around the Nazi Party doing a march through a predominantly Jewish neighborhood of Holocaust survivors. They got their permits. They went through the process. They were allowed to march. It didn't matter that the people of Skokie didn't like it. This has been the First Amendment since then. Which means to me that sort of why this is bad. It's not why this bill is bad. It's why what we have right now is bad.
Thank you, Senator Linsky. There's 1 minute in the first round of pro. How did this amendment start? Pro Tempore Wang, could you explain where we are? I'm little lost.
I believe we're still on Bull's amendment, are we not?
So did he open with an opening? Nope, he was given no opening. Okay. So we'll do this how we do regular amendments in the Senate, as we probably should. So we'll start with the Bull amendment since we're already talking about that. You'll start with 5 minutes for your opening for this amendment. Anything not used in your opening will be reserved for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready, Senator Bull, about your amendment.
Thank you, President. I'd just like to say that I think a lot of people are using the points just to start speaking their opinions and not actually giving points. That's why we're on my amendment. I think we're on Gert's amendment. I got completely lost in procedure. And basically, people are just like point of information or point of clarification and then just being able to speak freely, which I appreciate people in support of me, but it's out of parliamentary procedure. Anyways, I present this because the freedom of speech is ultimately should not be or is not barred in any way and should not be barred. We should not take an opinion which bars anyone's freedom of speech. Ultimately, what the director stated in that opinion was that a group, right, a group that is terrible, right, with terrible opinions, is allowed to express their freedom of speech using the First Amendment. Okay, so you may not like their speech, and you even support, House Bill 1, or you're against House Bill 1, which is an anti-protest bill. But then, when it's speech, you want to be able to protect, then, it's freedom of speech until, you don't like the speech. And that's a huge problem because that can be taken to any marginalized group. That can be taken to any minority. And then it's complete rule or tyranny by majority. And that's terrible because then ultimately you don't know who's going to be the minority next. You could be shut down and you could have no freedom of speech for the same basis that the KKK is getting shut down for their reasons. Now, if anyone's being violent, that's already not allowed, okay? And you shouldn't allow that. Violence is terrible, right? But you can't be in support of freedom, be in support of the First Amendment and then also be against the amendment. And then also allowing the administration to pick and choose who comes, approve and deny is not indicative of the student body. And if Senate or SGA decides who gets to speak, that's also not indicative of the student body. Okay, we are but mere representatives. So there are still minorities. There may be a minority opinion that wants to have a certain speaker come. And that can be any minority, okay? And it can be instantly shot down with this. So that's what I'll yield to my closing.
May I make a point?
Just 1 second. Sponsor of the amendment yields 2 minutes and 37 seconds to his closing point. Director Rudd.
Senator Bull, I think you were mistaken, but I was reading out the committee proceedings for this piece of legislation. It was not an opinion. Thank you.
All right. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of the amendment? Senator Bull, point of.
I have a right of reply because my name was used.
Huh?
I have a right of reply, correct?
Yeah, okay.
My name was used. Okay. So I did not mean to say that was your opinion, but it was your defense. Okay. So it was a rebuttal and I was going against a rebuttal. So there you go.
All right. Technical non-debatable questions. When we go into pro-con, save your points till then. And then if you're making a point of information, please make sure it's a point in which you are asking a question. Point of clarification, you are just clarifying some factual misrepresentation or something like that. And then a point of parliamentary procedure if you are so confused as I am as to where we are. All right. Technical non-debatable questions for this amendment, which is shared right here and highlighted. Any technical non-debatable questions? Seeing none, we are now in the first round of pro with 2 minutes. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, so we'll continue with pro because I think that's what we were in the middle of before Harmon came. But I think another thing that hasn't been mentioned, or maybe has, and I might have missed it, is first of all, thank you to all the senators that did their due diligence and actually looking this stuff up in such short notice and kind of making these amendments going into this caucus. And thank you to Director Rowan Bari for giving us that due diligence and acknowledging that. But with that said, I think another thing that's always misconstrued or hasn't been mentioned yet is that, you know, if you look at the response, if we talk about the Capitol insurrection that happened a few weeks ago and the response and forces between what happened in BLM last year and how many people were armed and how they weren't even allowed to go into the Capitol or even go near it because they would have been shot with rubber bullets and gas, you know, fumes and everything. And, you know, the insurrectionists last month literally were allowed to go inside. And so I think as soon as we look at that and we looked at, you know, yeah, this might have, the reasoning behind this was maybe to stop those people, to stop the KKK, the Nazis, whatever you want to call it, or whatever was mentioned. That's not always, we're putting too much good faith in the law when the law is misconstrued and misused so many times and used to harm marginalized communities time and time again. And so as soon as we realize that the law is not as good faith as we kind of realize and hope for it to be, then we kind of understand why this amendment is necessary and why we cannot stand behind this. And with that, I yield.
Senator yields with 37 seconds in the first round of pro on the, I'm just going to call it the Boole amendment. If you find that wrong, I will say something else, but it just makes it easier to clarify. All right, 37 seconds, Senator Linsky.
I'll make it brief. There is no current right for the administration to approve or deny speakers on the basis of what speech they have at a public university. That's currently the law. That's currently the First Amendment. Opposing this bill will not protect that right because that right doesn't exist. It's the quickest way I can say it. Furthermore, the ACLU is against it, and I kind of defer to them on this stuff as well.
Senator yields 16 seconds to speak in pro. Yeah, are there any other pro speakers? Senator Gertz.
Yeah, so long as I'm in the Senate, we're not going to use our resources to fight for freedom of speech for the KKK. With that, I yield.
All right, there are 11 seconds left in the first round of pro on this amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Boole, since you're the sponsor of this amendment, you have time in closing, unless it's a point. Okay. All right. Any more wishing to speak in pro? Seeing none, we will now move into the first round of con on this amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? And I don't think I did, or did pro tempore ask if Director Rudd finds it, I guess friendly would be the right word.
I didn't ask.
Oh, if the OGA director approves the changes, do you approve the changes, Director Rudd, before we continue? I didn't know that was not asked.
I have a question. This process has been just a little confusing, knowing that also most of these senators, and I at least had never done this committee before. Are we in our second round or our first round of pro?
We are in the first round of con. We are moving into the first round of con because nobody else wants to in the first round of pro.
And so I should have been asked before we went into pro if I found this friendly or not.
Yes, and I didn't. I
okay.
totally,
well, and that's okay. Let's hear, if possible, let's hear pro, and then we'll go from there, if possible. Now, since we haven't even done procedurally, and we'll go from there.
All right, first round of con has 2 minutes. Senator Gertz.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Any other senators wishing to speak in this first round of con? Senator Gertz again.
Seeing none, I move to call the question.
All right, is there a second? All right, okay. Senator Gonzalez. I understand there's a point, Rudd. Director Rudd. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Director Rudd, you have a point before we go ahead. Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. I believe Director Sydney wanted to say something. Is that okay or no? And it was in earlier and when we were in con. I just wanted to ask before we proceed.
Somebody's gonna have to help me out with this because I'm just as lost as everybody else. Senator Gertz.
Yeah, so basically just a quick clarification. Basically, former student body president Steinberg wanted to feel more important when he was OGA director, so he wrote this, which is a bunch of mess. Basically, Director Rudd is allowed to speak on the floor without a motion for a non-senator to speak. However, no other members of OGA, I don't believe, are allowed to speak. It's just that Director Rudd is allowed to speak. Is at least what my interpretation of this is. I gave it a once over before we started the meeting, but as far as I know, the director basically is allowed to speak as whether or not that means they can speak as a senator, speak in pro or con, or whether that means that they just can receive questions. I'm not fully sure, but I believe that there would have to be a motion to allow a non-senator to speak, to allow the other members of the board of directors to speak.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, Director Rudd, do you approve of this amendment or do you disapprove? Now that we have gone through pro and con and are moving on to voting.
I have a question. Are we still accepting amendments?
No, because they have to be filed before we go into the legislative agenda caucus.
Okay. I am struggling. I am so sorry. Can we all just laugh about this? I really if I oppose it, it goes into 2/3, correct? And if I am for it, it's majority vote.
Yep.
Okay. Can we call for a recess, a 5-minute? Is that okay?
Is there, well, the original person would have to withdraw the motion. Does the original maker of the motion, which I believe was Senator Gertz, do you withdraw your motion? Senator Gertz?
No.
All right. Seeing as though we've already had it seconded, I already asked for objections. We've already passed that point. So, Director Rudd.
You know, I do want to say, since we are here together tonight to work on this together, I would really appreciate 5 minutes. I have been here for 4 hours and I've worked so much longer on this. So if I can take a 5-minute break to talk, to make sure we're doing the best for the student body, I would appreciate it and not let your egos get in the way. Thank you.
I'm an independent senator. I will not be lobbied by a member of the executive branch. No.
All right, so we are stuck here and I am honestly at a loss as to where to continue. The OGA director does not have an opinion on this at this moment and would like a recess, but Senator Gertz will not withdraw his motion, so we are stuck voting.
I'm staying here.
But
and 5-minute recess is set.
All right. I will ask for the opinion of the advisors at this moment because I am at a loss and it seems as though we are stuck. And Dr. Bowden, would you please help us at the request of myself?
Absolutely. So first things first, we're approaching 11 o'clock and I definitely want to make it a point to make sure we are staying on time and on task here. So before we can even think about extending past 11, I think you'll have to call for a motion for us to extend past that because, hold on, lots of things coming in here. But in terms of, I am looking like you, I am stuck. I have not been in the situation. So like you, I don't have an exact opinion right now. We need to obviously sort this out and move forward. It appears that we have a couple more points. I can't tell. I see people waving. So why don't we hear a couple more points? I'm still looking here, but we need to find a way to move forward.
All right. Mr. Rowan has come to us with some help. Quote, if confusion has caused the assembly to get so tangled up in a parliamentary snarl that neither the chairman nor the members can unravel it, a member can move to suspend the rules to start fresh. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to begin this process again? Please keep your hand up. Unless there's a point, if you have a point, please keep your hand up, especially if we're already in a motion. Senator Bull,
Thank you. I don't think you can just filibuster by not choosing. I think it would be assumed unfriendly if you decide not to choose. I don't think you can just filibuster all of Senate, but I could be wrong, but I really don't think you can just sit there and filibuster the entire Senate without even speaking. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That would be my point. I can't cite anything, but that doesn't make sense to me that you can just sit there and just not answer. I understand we're like out of procedure anyways, so maybe we should just restart, because truly she should have had her opportunity to accept or deny it before we started speaking. But I think we should just move on now. Like, I don't want to just restart the thing again, because that's just going to keep everyone here later. But it's up to you.
Senator Linsky, you have a point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Senator. Okay.
I do. I just want to remind everyone here that it is important that we make decisions on this soon so that OGA can get to their work. Session is coming up. I think I made this point earlier tonight. This is why we want to get to this sooner. It's out of appreciation for the work that OGA does, for the work that they've put into it at this point. And I would like to be able to move forward in accordance with that.
All right. We're going to take a pause for just 1 second, real quick. Senator Bull, do you withdraw your amendment so that we can start over? Just yes or no, and I'll unmute you.
I'll filibuster. No, I'm not going to filibuster. I think that's rude. In the interest of the Senate, I will withdraw.
Wait. Before you do that, I just realized if you withdraw your amendment, you cannot reintroduce it because.
No, I do not withdraw them.
There we go. All right, sorry about that. Senator Lassard, is there a point? Oh, Senator Gertz.
Yes, I would just say, so where I'm at on this, since we're just kind of doing this, is that there is no rule that says whether or not the OGA director can find this friendly. The OGA director is not the sponsor, so that there's no rule particularly when that time has to occur. In full fairness, the OGA director had the time of listening to pro debate, listening to the opening statement of the amendment, had time to think and consider. No senator here gets a 5-minute recess to just consider what they've heard. We have to vote. The OGA director knows this. She was in the Senate. I'm highly concerned by the fact that we are sitting here completely paralyzed because a member of the executive branch refuses to fulfill her duty under the statutes that we are all bound by. And we can't just waive those statutes. Those aren't just rules that we made up. Those are statutes written with the support of the Office of Governmental Affairs in years past. Those are statutes that have been put into our statutes for a reason, and we should follow them. So if the OGA director is incapable of making a decision on this, I would suggest that she yield to the next most senior officer in OGA and keep going down the list until someone is capable of deciding whether or not they support this amendment. And I would just like to also note that I do not appreciate the audacity
Senator
to hold
Gertz,
the entire Senate hostage.
Where are we going with this?
Essentially, the OGA director needs to decide. There is no rule on this. She needs to make her decision. We don't all get 5 minutes to sit and ponder in some philosophy room. She needs to make her decision now.
All right, before we move on, Senator England.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:30 p.m.
All right, is there a second? Senator Mouget,
So seconded.
are there any objections? Senator Gonzalez,
I object, seeing as there's no rule that says we stop at 11, so there's no need for a motion.
I actually agree with Senator Gonzalez on this one, but sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. But we have to vote on the objection as is. Senator England, do you withdraw?
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Bowden said motion, so yeah, my bad. But yeah, I'll withdraw.
Thank you, Senator England. Director Rudd.
Thank you. As someone who is in the Office of Governmental Affairs, our director, our whole Office of Governmental Affairs works together on this. Nothing is done individually. So I want to make it a point that for the last couple of weeks, we've all been collectively working on this. So taking 5 minutes to talk to the people who have done all the research with me and have these conversations, I deserve that time. And I am so capable of this position, and I've been working hard. So I'm not going to let you or anyone in the Senate prevent me from having a conversation with the people I work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rudd. Senator Gonzalez. Oh, okay. Point, Senator Randall.
Yes, point of order, Mr. President. I'd ask the president to ensure that decorum occurs in this chamber and that members, senators specifically, ensure respect for all of our guests and all of their fellow senators. Respectfully, I don't think everybody has been abiding to that, and I'd ask the presiding officer to be a little bit more strict with that.
Yes. So the president shall preserve order and decorum in the Senate chambers, and in the case of disturbance or disorderly conduct, may have members or guests of the Senate removed. I will not hesitate to remove you going forward. So please be on your best behavior. Thank you. Okay. We are on Director Rudd's decision. This is after the motion that Senator Gertz has made, seconded by God only knows who, and has not been objected to. Director Rudd, I'm asking you once more if you are ready to give a statement or your position on this. But at a certain point, if the OGA director does not give a decision, I will assume that it is not approved by default, and we'll just move forward with a 2/3 vote. Director Rudd.
I object.
Okay, I believe the director can object because we are in the legislative caucus. Okay. All right. Director Rudd? No.
Clarifying, I object to the resolution.
Okay, do not.
Meaning we're going to go into a 2/3 vote. I am sorry for not clarifying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director Rudd. All right. Sponsor, you have 2 minutes and 37 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready. Let me unmute you. 1 second.
I would like to start off with this amendment did not ever intend to start this insane circus and chaos that somehow Senate, I've never seen it even this bad, even with 72nd. But this amendment I think is good. I think we should just focus on what is actually on the table. You know, we should just try to put everything else behind us because it's all you can do. You know, let's vote on this amendment. If you like it, vote for it. If you don't like it, vote against it. Just let's do that. I think we all want to get through this, not making anyone more upset or making anyone feel like they've been targeted or anything like that. If I have made anyone feel, like I dislike you in any way, I'm only critiquing the legislation that is put forward. And I think that the legislation is flawed, and that's why I amended it. I think this is a good amendment. I think it supports students' rights because, today, it may be made to stop hateful groups like the KKK, and tomorrow, you could change that to anyone, and to what other senators said that the school doesn't have the right to deny. It is true, but schools have denied. Public universities had denied. UF has denied speakers before, and I just don't think as a student government we should think that that is okay and put that in our legislation that we should support that university's decisions to do those sorts of things. So with that, I yield. Yeah, thank you.
All right, sponsor yields his closing. We're now in line to vote. A 2/3 vote is needed in order for this amendment to pass. To clarify for anybody confused, as I am as well, a yes is to approve this amendment, and it will be part of the new legislative agenda, or at least on this resolution. And if you vote no, we will not be adopting this amendment. And then you can abstain if you'd like. So Pro Tempore Wang, may you administer the vote.
Those wishing to vote yes on this amendment, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. If there is anyone wishing to change your vote, please let me know. Okay, 1 second. A couple of you are changing your votes. Okay, you know what? We're just going to redo the entire vote because a lot of you are changing it. Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. To clarify, this is Senator Boole's amendment. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Senator A. Gonzalez, you put your hand up for both. I'm not sure which one you're wishing to vote for. Okay, thank you. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Now, is there anyone else wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 27 yes, 8 no's, Sorry, 1 second. "27 yes, 8 no's, 0 abstentions. Amendment does pass."
All right, we are somewhere. We are on resolution 14 with Senator Boule's amendment adopted. Now we will move on to Senator Gertz's amendment. Let me share the screen so y'all can read that once more. There we go. Okay, there we go. It's right here. Senator Gertz, we will now move on to your amendment, of which you will have 5 minutes. Senator Gertz, please raise your hand so I can see you. There we go. All right, you will have 5 minutes to present your amendment. Anything you don't use may be reserved for your closing.
All right, thank you very much, Senate President Harmon. Basically, this amendment is an attempt to show our support to the Graduate Assistants United Union for quite a long time. Basically, the Graduate Assistants United has been pushing for a fee relief bill. This is primarily concerned with providing funding to relieve graduate assistants from the fees they have to pay. All students pay these fees, graduate assistants pay these fees. However, for graduate assistants, there's this unique issue where they're paying fees to use technology and other resources that they are then using to work and to teach students. And so it's a pay to work system. In my case, there were about $740 worth of fees at the beginning of this semester. And had I not been thankfully given an outside scholarship, I would have had to have paid those fees out of my own pocket, which to those of you who don't know, graduate assistants get paid approximately $800 every 2 weeks, or at least I do. After taxes, that comes out to about $760. Of course, because the wages are kind of low, we do get those back in returns, but every 2 weeks we get about $760. So that's about a 2 weeks pay for me. Thankfully, I was able to get an outside scholarship, but not all graduate assistants are able to do that. This amendment is intent on making sure that the Florida State University Student Government Association supports all students. And that means supporting graduate students, which are an increasingly large part of our student body. And so in the past, bipartisan support has existed for bills to provide fee relief. However, there have been issues getting it out of committee, getting it to a full hearing and everything. So putting our support behind this is really important. It's also important to note that the Florida State University administration has supported fee reliefs in the past, so long as the fee relief comes not from the universities, but from the state funding, which is why this is a little bit more vague and to allow us to work with the legislators as the bills come up. And so I think it's just very important that we show our support for student communities, even when only a very few handful of our student senators are a part of that community. And I think that's something that we should be doing and we should be including in the Office of Governmental Affairs' legislative agenda, which is why I made this amendment, and I hope you'll vote in favor of it. With that, I yield.
Senator Gertz yields 2 minutes and 28 seconds for his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable? Wait, before we do that, Director Rudd, are you ready to give an opinion whether or not to approve or disapprove before we go into pro-con debate and right after Senator Gertz explained his reasoning?
On behalf of the student body, I agree with this amendment and support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rudd. And before we also move on, I'd also like to restate Rule 2.3. The president shall preserve order and decorum in the Senate chambers, and in the case of disturbance or disorderly conduct, may have members or guests of the Senate removed, as well as Rule 12.1. All individuals in attendance of a Senate meeting shall demonstrate the proper respect for the business and procedures of the Student Senate and all other individuals in attendance. This goes for just about absolutely everybody in this room. Please respect the dignity of this Senate, the dignity of myself, Pro Tempore Wang, and all of us that serve in this body. Please don't disrespect each other. That also means by making obscene gestures on camera. If your camera is on, please do not do that. I will remove you. And this is a warning. So as soon as I see this, I will use that rule as described. I don't know. All right. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we will now go into the first round of pro on this amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator or Chair Randall.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam OGA Director. This is a crucial amendment for graduate students. Just to be specific about this, this is not something that's controversial per se. In fact, UF just last fall approved 33% reimbursement on the university level their own for fee relief. This is part of this pay to work system. To tell you specifically what they're addressing in this is things like the capital improvement fund. So, example, GAs paying to work in the building that they have. That doesn't happen in real life. Technology, people paying to have technology in their actual business environment. People paying for like gyms and things like that. People like that stuff just doesn't happen. Then graduate students are happy to opt in like the rest of the employees. This is a great amendment. This allows enough room for OGA to go in finagle and work with our state legislature to try and get this done. Passing this would be a very big deal for graduate students, and I yield in absolute full support.
Senator yields 50 seconds to the first round of pro on the amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, are there any senators wishing to make a motion at this time? Senator England.
Yeah, I move to call the question on the amendment.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Randall, I'm assuming you just left that by accident. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Seeing none, sponsor, you have 2 minutes and 28 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
All right.
There we go.
Sorry. Thank you all very much. I do hope this passes. I think it will be very important to graduate assistants. I think it's also an important step in showing that within student government at FSU, graduate students and graduate assistants do have a place, and they do have a voice that will be respected and will be supported. And so I do hope to see this pass, and I thank you all for allowing me to present it to you.
Sponsor yields the remainder of his waives the remainder of his closing. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to adopt the amendment. No is to not adopt the amendment and have it part of the legislative agenda. And you may abstain. And as Director Rudd had explained earlier, she does approve of this amendment, so it only needs a majority vote for Tim-Port Wayne.
Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please message me. All right, vote reads 37 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Amendment does pass.
All right, congratulations, Senator Gertz. Your amendment has passed. We'll now move on to our final amendment, which is the amendment proposed by Senator Tackett. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was, which is here. Striking out and in-state extensions. Senator Tackett, may you please raise your hand? Thank you. All right, we have the sponsor on the floor.
Okay, hey everyone. I'm trying to keep this quick. So basically, striking the and in-state tuition extensions basically just corrects a factual error in this. DACA and undocumented students already receive a tuition deferment from House Bill 851 passed in 2014. The current SB 300, all it does is advocate for undocumented DACA recipients to receive like state government scholarships regardless of their residency status. So I wanted to basically just strike this off. So because this bill is very important and it should be advocated for. And as I talk about in my resolution that was gonna be talked about tonight at some point, we should be advocating for DACA and undocumented students. And I just don't want their advocacy for this bill to be held up with a factual error as including this. I yield the rest of my time.
You're muted,
Mr.
Hyman.
Hyman, you're
Alex, you're muted.
Okay, thank you for that. 4 minutes and 11 seconds left in the first round, or in the opening of the amendment. Director Rudd, do you approve or disapprove of this amendment?
I approve of this amendment.
All right, thank you, Director Rudd. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we are now going to move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right. Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Once, twice, none. All right. Is there a motion to, all right, Senator England.
Move to call a question on the amendment.
All right. Is there a second? Senator Darleek.
So seconded.
Are there any objections on this motion? Seeing none, we are, the sponsor has 4 minutes and 11 seconds to his closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I waive the rest of my time.
Sponsor waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. Pro tempore Wang.
those wishing to vote yes on this amendment, please raise your hands. OGA Director Rudd, if you could lower your hand, please. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Vote reads 34 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Amendment does pass.
Congratulations, Senator Tackett. Your amendment does pass. All right. Now we are still in the legislative caucus, but there are no more amendments to discuss. Seeing as though it's already done, all amendments are adopted. Is there a motion to exit the caucus? Senator Marcus. Or if that's not your motion, you can do it. Oh,
I move to exit the legislative caucus.
all right. Is there a second? Senator Darleek.
Seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator okay. All right. So we have now exited the legislative caucus. We are now on the floor with resolution 14. Yes, resolution 14 as amended by the Legislative Caucus. And to my knowledge, we were in pro 3 seconds with like 3 seconds, I believe, something like that. Senator Bull. Oh no, we were in con. I remember.
Oh, I was just going to say that it was 1 second in pro.
Okay,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure it
that-
was 1 second in pro left.
All right, we have 1 second left in the first round of pro on resolution 14 as amended. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Dorleek?
I just want to move to waive the remainder of the time in pro.
All right, we are now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con on resolution 14 itself? Senator Villacorta.
Yeah, point of information for whoever on the board, I guess, could answer. Is there any particular reason that the legislative agenda doesn't include any environmental protection legislation or student health legislation, for instance, something like House Bill 99, the use of epinephrine auto-injectors on K-20 campuses, just as a for instance. Is there any reason that those specific topics don't, outside of the COVID one for the health concerns, but environmental legislation, things like that, don't specifically appear on the agenda?
Director Rudd, would you like to answer this? Or Director Bari, you were allowed to speak earlier, so. Or
Yeah, I can speak. And then if Emabel or any of our other board members want to hop off of this, Alex was actually at our vote and he brought up another issue. So we appreciate all the questions that come to us asking why a specific issue might not be in the agenda. Alex brought up LGBTQ issues and we addressed that at the moment. And thank you, Senator Villacorta, for bringing up environmental issues. Not only was this bill, this legislative agenda have specific themes, as Sydney and Emabella pointed out earlier, but it is very hard to track. We track every bill as much as we can. They are getting filed day by day as we speak. I get the legislative tracker emails every 2 hours or so. And so specifically for environmental things, just because the Florida legislature does have that balanced budget when we, advocate, when we want DACA, when we want Bright Futures, when we want COVID relief to come to college students, that is in the immediate need. Climate is something you advocate for now to get in the long term as we see it's coming down. This is something similar that I told Alex for LGBTQ issues. This is something that these are all under our radar as well, but they are coming down from a federal level as we speak. Climate legislation and executive orders were introduced by the Biden administration 4 days ago, I believe. LGBTQ protections are issued by the Biden administration and the Florida Council for Human Rights. I might have that name wrong, literally today or yesterday. So these issues, we have our eye on them. They are all important, but when we consolidate the legislative agenda, it is in match of every bill that we see and in the accordance with the agenda that we had and people who came to our town hall. And it's not that climate was not brought up. I literally have my 2 majors because of the climate crisis, but I take your point. But again, because of the restricted budget and because of what we see coming down from the federal level, it was not of exact pertinence to put exactly on this legislative agenda to lobby for right here and now. But, climate agenda is something I think all students are lobbying for at all times of the year. But COVID, unfortunately, has put that money on the back burner. But at the federal level, we see it's coming and moving forward, which I can speak for most of our board members to say we appreciate.
Thank you, Director Bari. We are now in the first round of pro. Oh, and Senator Villacorta would like to thank you for your detailed explanation. We are now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Randall. Oh, Senator Randall. There you go.
Mr. President, I move to call the question on resolution 14 as amended.
Is there a second? Senator Bull.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, sponsor of resolution 14, Senator Martin, you have, let's go back to it, 4 minutes and 19 seconds left in your opening. You may begin, or closing, you may begin whenever you're ready. As you can tell, I'm getting a little tired here.
I'm gonna just make it quick. Thank you, everybody, for hearing this. Although it was possibly going to be tabled twice. Thank you so much for everybody doing their amendments, doing their due diligence. I personally want to apologize for some of the actions that Senate took today to disrespect OGA directors and the board. I think the same respect that we want when people enter our Senate chambers is the same respect that we should give to others when they come. So that's the only thing I'm going to say. I really hope that this is passed. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. If Jack Hitchcock would like to say anything.
Senator Hitchcock.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to say I'm so proud of Senator Martin and Director Rudd for putting so much work into this. I am incredibly proud of all of the work that especially OGA has done. And I would also like to apologize to Director Rudd on how the Senate treated her tonight, some senators in particular. But I am just incredibly proud of what y'all are doing, and I'm very proud to be voting yes on this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And if Director Rudd wants to take the rest.
I guess it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you to all tonight who, wanted to support the student body. That's all I care about. That's all I'm here to do. And this is what people talk about, why they don't want to get involved with SGA. And it's really, really upsetting. And I die hard at FSU. And as much as I've respected and supported every single one of you, you continue to prove to me your passion. And I will try to forgive you someday. But I just want you to know people are watching and people care and people are taking note of this. So thank you for those who are supporting me tonight. And I'm really glad that this legislative agenda is encompassing the full student body. And I'm so proud of it because never before have we talked about gun policy. Never before we've talked about protesting in our First Amendment right on this piece of legislation. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my board. And I'm proud of everything we've worked on because we've worked so hard. So thank you for those who see that tonight. Thank you.
Sponsors waive the remainder of their time. Thank you, Director Rudd. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to approve the resolution as amended. No is to not approve it, and abstain is your choice. Pro Tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes on this resolution, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on this resolution, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on this resolution, please raise your hands. Is there anyone else wishing to change your vote? All right, vote reads 32 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. Resolution 14 does pass.
Congratulations to the sponsors and congratulations, OGA. Thank you for your hard work. The legislative agenda is now approved by Senate. Congratulations. All right, now let's get back to the calendar. Let's move on. All right. We've done so much, I even lost the calendar. All right. Resolution 15, sponsored by Senator Tackett, Senator Ramos as primary sponsors, and Senator Villacorta, Marcus, Arut, Stoltz, Gert, Precia, Fineout, and Little all as co-sponsors. FSU is urged to recognize undocumented and immigrant students with support avenues for success and structures of protection from discrimination and deportation. This will be going to SLAW. All right. Resolution 16, sponsored by Senator Marcus as the primary sponsor, urging the development and dissemination of a university housing tornado emergency preparedness plan, supported by semesterly drills and thorough residence hall staff training. This will also be going to SLAW. And that is all for the resolutions. Unfinished business, none. Statements of dissent. Are there any senators wishing to lodge a statement of dissent, which is due Friday at 12 p.m.? Senator Darrell Deek.
I had a statement of dissent from a piece of legislation in committee. Would it have been appropriate for me to make that statement in committee instead of now?
I guess you could do it now. I mean, it's dissent for anything that happened in Senate, so.
Okay, yeah, this is dissent on resolution 7.
All right, get that in by Friday at 12.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Senator Villacorta.
I'd like to lodge a statement of dissent.
All right, 12 p.m. on Friday, as I just said.
Yeah.
Senator Hitchcock.
I would also like to lodge a statement of dissent.
All right, 12 p.m. Friday. Senator Lassard.
I would also like to lodge a statement of dissent.
All right, 12 p.m. on Friday. All right, if there's no more statements, Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, I'd like to lodge one as well.
All right, 12 p.m. Friday. All right, I keep saying all right, but I'm ready to move on. Seeing no more statements of dissent, new business. I have one more liaison to appoint so far. Senator Nemeth will now be the liaison to the Center for Global Engagement. I believe that's the one. Yes, Center for Global Engagement. She will now be the liaison to that entity. I will also be appointing Marcus Williams, who is not a senator, but will be a non-senator on the Racial Inclusivity and Justice Ad Hoc. So yeah. Senator of the Month for January. So Dr. Bowden will do this vote. We will open up the floor. This is how it will go. We will open up the floor for nominations. Once it's opened, you can nominate anybody you'd like, except for myself or Renee, and of course the advisors. And then we'll close it, and then we vote, and you send it to Dr. Bowden as if you were doing like the PAC chair vote or the president vote. Senator Gonzalez.
Wait, are we open or do you need me to make the motion?
We need the motion to open up the floor for nominations.
Okay, I move to open the floor to nominations for Senator of the Month.
All right. Second, Senator Gertz.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Who would like to nominate who? All right, Senator Gonzalez.
I move to nominate Senator Linsky for Senator of the Month.
All right, Senator Linsky, do you accept? These don't need seconds, by the way. This is different than Senator Linsky. Do you accept?
I do. Thank you.
All right. Senator Linsky is one of them. All right. Senator Randall.
Move to nominate Senator Hitchcock.
Senator which one?
Oh, Jay Hitchcock, sorry.
All right. Senator Hitchcock, do you accept? You need your hand raised. I can't see you. There we go.
Thank you, Senator Randall. I really appreciate it. I do accept.
All right. Okay, let me write these down. Hold on. All right.
Write them down as well.
Senator Mouget.
I would like to nominate Senator Martin, or Chair Martin. My bad.
Chair Martin, do you accept?
I humbly accept. Thank you.
All right, Senator Gonzalez. Senator Darrell Deek.
You hear me?
Yep.
I move to nominate Senator Boole.
Senator Boole, do you accept?
Yes, thank you so much.
Senator Marcus.
I nominate Senator Ramos.
Senator Ramos, do you accept? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, Senator Little. Oh, yes. I thought I clicked it. Oh, Little, Senator Little.
Hi, sorry, I'm having internet problems. Yes.
Wait, did I miss something?
Nobody nominated her.
Shut up, I'm on mute.
So, wait, Little, are you nominating someone? Oh, sorry, I keep clicking the unmute. Oops. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that, Senator Little. Senator Gonzalez.
I was gonna move to close the floor to nominations.
All right. Is there a second? Senator Boole.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? If y'all object, we can just go back and I guess get more. Senator Ramos, are you objecting?
No, I accidentally left it up.
All right, that's okay. All right, we have now closed the floor for nominations. Just give us a second. I'm gonna put all the names in the chat, and then once I put all those names, Dr. Bowden will take your votes. He'll just call your name, I think 3 at a time, and just send your vote to him. And then the results will be read later on in the week. Probably be on social media or something. So we have Ramos, Boole, Linsky, Jay, Hitchcock, and Martin.
All right, are we ready?
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna call you in threes like we do during roll call. So we'll start with Senators Marcia, Flashman, and Tackett. Send it to me in the direct message. Senators Marcia, Flashman, and Tackett. And just send the name of the person that you, all right? Senators Roy, Villacorta, and Marcus. Hold on just a second. Senators Bateman, Gertz, and Hunter.
Oh yeah, Senator Wang, you also get to vote, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Bowden. I don't know if I put mine on that updated roster I sent you.
I will add you on now. Senators Little, Bergen, and Rudolph. So that was Senators Little, Bergen, and Rudolph. All right, Senators Destine, Grunberger, and Rossi. Yes, Flashman, I already called you, so you can just send it to me. right. Senators Mouget, Shaler, and Pressure. Mouget, Shaler, and Pressure. Senators Randall, Wilkinson, and Stultz. Wilkinson and Stultz. Senators Arut, England, and Nasworthy. Senators Molina, Hall, and Lassard. Molina, Hall, and Lassard. All right. Duperrier, Shanahan, and Rodriguez. Senators Linsky, Rigadell, and Fineout. Senators Soto, Lewis, and Ramos. Senator Sam, A. Gonzalez, and Martin. Senators Gabadage, Reed, and Moore. Gabadage, Reed, and Moore. Senators Suarez, Nemeth, and Russell. Senators J. Hitchcock, Melian, and Murray. Melian and Murray. Senators West, Rivera, and Thorpe. Senators K. Hitchcock, Darrell Deek, and Tooks. Senators Ross, Bull, and Kalink. Ross, Bull, and Kalink. Senators Luis, Stinson, and R. Gonzalez. Brandon Luis, Stinson, and R. Gonzalez. Senator Wayne. Is there anybody that I missed or you didn't send it to me yet? Just drop it in the chat and I will continue to tabulate and we will let you know soon. That is it.
Thank you, Dr. Bowden. All right, we'll see who's the next January Senator of the Month. Closing announcements. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make a closing announcement, and I will call you in the order in which I guess I write you down. And, you know, I hate to limit like closing announcements, but kind of make it kind of brief. You know, it's kind of late, but say what you want. All right, Senator Boole.
Thank you, President. Good evening, fellow senators. I have two short announcements. I would just like to address the chaos that happened. Do I agree that Senate did not show the sponsors as much respect maybe as they should have? Yes, but was I offered that respect either? No. I asked a technical, non-debatable question and I got yelled at. I wanted clarification on a very small piece of part of their legislation, and I got my name used several times. I got yelled at, and there was just no respect there from the start when I just was trying to ask a simple question, But you know what? I will move past that, forget. And main thing that I wanted to say at the beginning of this meeting was, come to the impeachment hearing on next Tuesday at 6 p.m. Judiciary Committee. Voice your opinion if you have the chance. It'll help you be more rounded if anything does get passed into Senate. Come, please. We want as many people there, as many eyes on it as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boole. Senator Roy, or Chair Roy.
Thank you, Senate President. I just wanted to make an announcement regarding the Programming Allocation Committee. Because right now we have 2 prospective members coming from Union Board, and I'm reaching out to engagement ambassadors. I'm reaching out to a lot of different social groups. However, I hope if you guys know anyone that's not a senator or not in any high positions of leadership, since PAC members are limited to where they just have to be members of the student body without too many prior commitments. But we do hope that you can recommend this to them. It's a great way to become familiar with other organizations, great way to really see how our funding application works. And it's such a great way just to learn what's happening at our school from the ground level to hear everything. And I hope you guys can send information about PAC outs. And thank you all for your time and considering everything tonight. Thank you all for your work on everything from the OGA resolution to the investigative board. And I think this is the first time I've seen a Senate president have to read 2 bills in its entirety. So I apologize for half of my role in that, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Chair Roy. Chair Randall. Oh, I had Senator Mouget on my list first, actually. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I hope to make this short tonight as well, but no matter opinion of myself or what I'm about to say, I really do hope everybody, recognizes what I'm about to explain. And, I might be getting a little emotional because my time as a senator for my second term is, so close to being over. And what I'm saying comes out of a place of respect for this body and, recognizing the potential that this body can accomplish. I've seen a lot of debates. I've seen a lot of arguments in Senate, but I'm absolutely baffled at how the environment of Senate was created tonight. And I understand the frustration. I understand the passion behind specific, pros and cons. However, that should not, deter you from treating everybody with respect, even if you're not getting it back. It's something as senators, we have to recognize we're student leaders on campus, and how we are treating others is how they will come and treat us and the student body. I'm disappointed, and I come back every Wednesday hoping that this environment is getting better. And I hope it's a place where if someone asks me, how do I get involved at FSU? I want to be able to tell them that Senate was the best memories of my FSU career. And oftentimes it has been. But tonight really disappointed me, and seeing I'm graduating this semester, it's scary to recognize that we as a Senate can't come together and collaborate and, build an environment where people want to come in and share. We beg people to get involved, And how are we going to get people to be involved at FSU if they aren't respected or feel comfortable in the Senate chambers? And this is out of no disrespect for everybody, because I do understand frustration, oftentimes the passion that comes out, especially in a virtual setting. It is hard because we're not in person. But I really hope you guys take this to heart, and I really hope this environment gets better. I had a great conversation with the senator last night for 30 minutes on the phone that I oftentimes disagree with and debate with. However, we had a fantastic conversation. And that's frankly how it should be. You should look at the person next to you on Zoom and know if we aren't debating, we aren't doing the best thing we can. You can't debate in a disrespectful way, and you can't treat others coming to this body disrespectfully. I'm frankly embarrassed that this happened tonight. I'm embarrassed beyond belief, and I hope it gets better from here. And I hope you guys really listen to this and know that it is coming out of a place of recognizing what the Senate can do. But tonight did not show that. Many things were happened tonight in a positive light, but we need to do better, and we need to do better collectively, not with just your friends in Senate, but as a student Senate body as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mouget. Chair Randall.
Senator Mouget, you make it hard to follow. But I guess I can reference a meme and make it a little bit light. I'm once again asking for your support of RTAC. I have $53,000 burning a hole in my pocket, and I need your help to get it out to the student body. There are RSOs that need help. I will say this every week until we get more requests. We keep getting one or something like that, and I feel like I'm struggling a lot to get this. It should not be this hard to show students that we care, that we have virtual conferences that we're willing to fund. So if you are involved in an organization, if you know an executive board member, heck, if you enjoy posting things on Instagram, please share things about RTAC and PAC. We want to get this money out to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Randall. Senator Little. Senator Little.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to echo what my wonderful vice chair said earlier and encourage all of you guys to come to the judiciary hearing next week on Tuesday at 6 p.m. And on like a little more personal note, the FSU mock trial, the undergrad mock trial program, is putting on an LSAT prep logic games workshop tomorrow night. If any of you guys are pre-law like me, and are studying for the LSAT. I know I personally just started, but our program, it's free. It's with Test Masters, which is like a very reputable LSAT preparation program. So if any of you guys are interested, it's a free opportunity. Get to know some of the people in our RSO that are also really passionate pre-law people, and it'll be a good educational opportunity for anyone who's thinking about the LSAT. So you guys can always just PM me if you want more information about that.
Yes, that's really good information. I recently took the LSAT, not a fun test. But thank you, Senator Little. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. So I think what I want to say really quick, first off, I want to take this time to thank all of our servicemen and women, veterans and first responders. It's very important they're recognized for the work they do day in and day out. As soon as we get the VSU info about the GBM and free Chick-fil-A and all of that, I'll definitely let you all know. But besides that, I do want to say really quickly that I think, one day I was talking to a certain individual, and we were talking about how when people are in different races, to be quite frank, the idea of support and the idea of communication is not the same. And so I think communication gets misconstrued, especially when we bring race into it and when we didn't bring different marginalized identities into it. And so I think the understanding of idea and the support you need to provide one person as opposed to another, and the way you need to speak to one person as opposed to another is very important. And I think as soon as we realize that the identities that someone holds factor a great deal in how you communicate with them and how you understand what is going through their head and how they handle conflict is when we can move forward as a Senate specifically. And so with that said, I think I recommend everyone to read White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. With that, I yield.
Senator Soto.
Hi, everyone. Before I start with my little spiel, I just wanted to personally apologize to Director Rudd. I felt like she did not get treated the way how most of us wanted to be treated in terms of presenting legislation and stuff like that. So I just wanted to personally apologize on my behalf, as well as I was kind of a little bit timid to say this, but I think it's really important that we need to learn how to respect each other, even if we hold different backgrounds, identities, and stuff like that, because unfortunately, no hard feelings against anyone that's still been doing this, but I've still been getting misgendered at committee meetings, and since I'm the only person that identifies the way that I am, I feel like this is like my only way to amplify myself is to defend myself, and it kind of sucks when I'm the only one. So I just ask that like you do the little things that help someone like me feel more comfortable. So yeah.
Thank you, Senator Soto. Senator Marcus.
Hey everyone, so I think it's very clear that based on the retreat that we did a few weeks ago, it was made very clear that we wanted to move away from the lack of the sense of community that we normally have in Senate. And I know it's very hard to do it digitally, but it's just hard to read personality over Zoom. We don't know, and most of us do not know each other in person. And I personally feel like I have misjudged some people. And I also personally feel misjudged because I know a lot in my personal life. I have struggled with people labeling me as very aggressive when I, in reality, am just a very passionate individual. And I feel like there's a lot of those feelings in the Senate chamber. So I think one of the ways we can alleviate that is by going, is obviously we can't have in-person Senate quite yet, but what we can do is we can go out and attend events outside of Senate, such as Lunar Banquet, or it's Black History Month, so we can attend the Black Student Unions events. If we can go in these settings where we can see each other on a more personal level, where we're not necessarily fighting over policies, I think that will help alleviate some of the tension that has been built into Senate. So I just want to encourage senators to go to these events. Register for Lunar Banquet. I went last year, I had a blast, there's free food. Go to these educational events that the other unions put on, and I think that will help create this sense of community that we're all craving.
Thank you, Senator Marcus. Trust me, I have been begging Dr. Bowden for us to go in person, albeit safely. I have asked almost every week when we can go in person. So as soon as we can, we will. But yeah, thank you, Senator Marcus. Anybody else wishing to speak that has not already spoken? All right, seeing none, Pro Tempore Wang, do you have any closing announcements?
Yeah, I'll just make this really quick. Clearly, some of our guests and a lot of our senators as well felt like Senate has not been a safe space throughout this entire past year, I guess, and especially tonight. And I apologize for the role I may have played in that. As Senator Marcus said, you know, passion can often be mistaken for aggression, especially over Zoom. And I'm just sorry if I've ever disrespected any of you, because I really don't mean that. And I don't think President Harmon does either. So if any of us have ever disrespected any of you in any way, please let us know and we can talk it out. But that's just what I wanted to leave you all with.
Thank you, Pro Tempore Wang. So tonight was not entirely fun. We all got lost. We finally sort of found a way back. But yeah, we really need to start treating each other a little better, myself included. But I really need to call out some type of hypocrisy here. I'm not calling out anybody specifically, but us as a whole, as a Senate, let's be real, we haven't done much. It's been what, 4 or 5 weeks that we've been a Senate? We haven't really done much. We haven't even had a bill put on more than one bill put on first reading in like the past 3 weeks. The only thing we get are resolutions. Yes, resolutions are great, but let's be real, it's only talk. It's not really action. And I recently attended a president's meeting where I saw all these other organization presidents talking about how great their organizations are doing and all the work that they're doing. And when creating my presentation for that, it was really, really hard to find things that we've done of substantial worth that has actually helped someone. that has actually helped the student other than ourselves, that has, you know, you know what I'm saying. And it was quite frankly embarrassing that I had nothing to bring to them. And if you have an idea, please come to Renee or I's office hours. We'll help you. We'll find a way to get it done. I've been here a long time. I know how the process works, sort of. I mean, I learned that I didn't know all of the processes today. But it's really hard to see us, excuse my language, but shit on other organizations for not doing what they're supposed to do when we can't even do our job, when we can't even pass legislation. Like what? We have 9 bills and we're already 5 weeks in. I remember in the 71st, we already had like 15 bills already passed. Okay, maybe that's an overstatement, but come on. We can do a little better than what we're doing now. We can stop fighting with each other. We can start communicating. I barely get any texts from people that have problems with me. So if you have a problem with me, come text me. Like I will sit here and talk to you on the phone. I really don't care. I just hate when nobody brings it up. There's nothing I can do if nobody brings it to me. So that's where I'm feeling. I feel like we should hold ourselves to a higher standard. We need to realize that we're asking too much of other people when we're not giving anything to other people, or to the organizations that rely on us. Time and time again, the PAC and RTAC chairs have asked for help, and what do they get? Nothing. They get no help. Like seriously, they get a couple senators, Senator Gonzalez, Senator England, you all have showed up. Thanks for that. But where's the rest of the Senate? We're like, what, 60 people? And only 2 people can help our PAC chair? Really? I have to go there too? Like, I've gone to every single PAC meeting now. Like, come on, I shouldn't have to go every single meeting. Somebody else should be able to take a go. Not that PAC is bad, PAC is great. But I'm just saying, start working. If you don't want to be in here, if you think, if you are bored with these meetings, fine, resign, please leave, because we don't want someone that is not going to work. I'm serious, like you need to do your job. How you decide what that job is up to you. But I'm asking that as a Senate, we can collectively work together and we can collectively communicate. Like, come on, like a lot of these issues, and I understand that we didn't have enough time for that resolution, but we're just trying to help OGA get their agenda across. And I apologize to the board of directors of OGA for what they saw in Senate today. Hopefully we'll do better. And I apologize to Director Rudd for the way that this happened. And once again, I'm not blaming anybody at all. It's a collective failure here. So, and I'm not saying some of you aren't doing great, you know, some of you are doing great, but come on, the people that are, we need to start doing better, because clearly the path that we're going down is not the right path. So with that, you know, come to my office hours, do whatever you want. I recommend looking at past bills or resolutions if you need ideas. Sometimes those are where I found things. Funding, we have $23,000 in Senate projects that could go to something, anything, but nobody has touched it. And I've been open to help all the time, but nobody wants to come. So I'm just, it's a little exhausting to come here every Wednesday and nothing gets done, and it's a waste of time. And I'm sorry if I'm going on and on, but come on, it had to be said. Seeing none, oh, sorry, Senator Darrell-Deek, I'm done with my closing announcements.
I appreciate the statements made, but you know, I don't know. I just think maybe for me personally, I just like, I don't even know like what to say. You know, I'm trying my best to advocate for my communities. I know that a lot of other people are trying to do the same. So to say that we're not doing work kind of like puts morale down. Like, I feel like we are doing the best that we can in some senses. I understand some senators may not be doing the best that they can, but overall, I feel like we're trying our best. And I don't know, it just kind of hurt to hear that from our leadership, you know, that there's like a lack of belief in us as senators, you know, where I don't know, I'm just kind of speechless to say the least, but you know, I yield. Have a good night.
Thank you, and I respect that that is your opinion, but I disagree. But all right, we'll move on to advisor announcements. Do any of the advisors have any announcements?
So I'll defer to Anna first if she has anything.
Hey everyone. Yeah, I think that it's important to recognize the context that we're in and knowing what we're up against, we are still in a global pandemic where you just aren't getting that social connection that you need as a human being to be okay. And I think that we see that come out on the Senate floor often, which, you know, it's interesting having come into this at the very beginning of fall semester and seeing nuggets of y'all just blowing me away with with advocating for these students and caring so much about everything and making it really want to make a big difference in the lives of your peers. You guys do truly incredible things. And I think that, you know, sometimes that can be hard to harness as well. And so on both ends, I think that it's important to remember the context that we're in, and that I think most people are capped at 50% best capacity right now, but also there's a, I don't know. I think the bottom line is that there is space for improvement. I am proud of you guys. I'm proud of the way that we are coming to each other in these closing announcements and talking about things. I think that is important. And I hope that you guys take the time to take care of yourselves in this time. I just said time many times in a row. Okay. Take a walk, take a breath. You guys work really hard at everything that you do, and your well-being matters, just like just like the needs of students matter. So take care of yourself, take a break, take a nap tomorrow maybe. Be good to yourself. Okay.
So I'll jump in real quick, recognizing what time it is. I'll speed through these and we can elaborate later. So one, not to beat a dead horse, decorum. We got to do better. I mean, I'll just leave it at that. We have to do better with decorum in these chambers. Number two, please don't hesitate to ever reach out to me. I'm happy to always connect you. As you're thinking about bills and resolutions, please let me know. I would certainly encourage you to talk to folks before you draft them up. You'll likely find that they can either provide you with some additional information or some information that can help you narrow your resolutions and bills. Number three, resolution 11 sponsors, please reach out to myself and or Dr. Felicia Williams so we can help you all with the pronouns being added where they need to be added. I will fully admit I'm not familiar with all the places where it needs to be, so I would love to have a conversation so we can make sure we hit all the points. And then four, I misspoke earlier when I said we needed a motion, but we are gonna have to have a conversation about what Dr. Acosta shared with me was called bedtime. And that's not to tell anybody to go to bed. It's just this idea that we cannot grind through these meetings for 5 hours straight. That is not healthy for any of us. And collectively, that it's just academically, mental health wise, it's just not good. We can't continue to do this every Wednesday. So when you hear me come on and talk about trying to wrap things up, I'm not trying to rush us through. I'm trying to set a pace that is healthy. And so, yes, some of these things are urgent and we need to get to them, but there are other times where we need to take a step back and breathe and do all those things that are going to make sure we're all taking care of ourselves. And so I will be the ones probably, getting on your nerves, and I'll keep talking about it. But collectively, I think we all need to come to an agreement of what that is and what that looks like. Certainly, there will always be extenuating circumstances, but just something I wanted to put on your radar. But other than that, that's it. I hope you all have a great night. I definitely hope you will take a step back and just breathe and reflect. And with that, I'll pass it over to Pro Tem Wayne.
All right, we're just going to do a quick final roll call. When I call your names, please raise your hands. Senators Murcia, Flashman, and Tackett. Senators Roy, Villacorta, and Marcus. Senators Bateman, Gertz, and Hunter. Senator Little, Bergen, and Rudolph. Senators Destine, Grunberger, and Rossi. Senators Mouget, Shaler, and Prescia. Senators Randall, Wilkinson, and Stoltz. Senators Aru, England, and Nosworthy. Senators Molina, Hall, and Lassard. Senators Duperrier, Shanahan, and Rodriguez. Senators Linsky, Rigadell, and Fineout. Senators Soto, Lewis, and Ramos. Senators Sam, A. Gonzalez, and Martin. Senators Gabadaj, Reed, and Moore. Senators Suarez, Nemeth, and Russell. Senators J. Hitchcock, Millian, and Murray. Senators West, Rivera, and Thorpe. Senators K. Hitchcock, Darrell Deacon, Tooks. Senators Ross, Bull, and Klink. Senators Stinson and R. Gonzalez. All right. President Harmon.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Senator Boole.
I move to adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.